that's a thing that exists in the entire world that we don't want to exist in the world. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, and we're here to remind you to spay and neuter your kobolds.
Hey.
We're opening up the doors tonight for tonight's session. We're going to eat snacks and be merry and boisterous and complain about everything, especially Tom's jokes.
Especially Tom's jokes.
So, with that
Nobody
said,
complains about
we
them, I'm
don't
not
really
doing it.
have any new announcements tonight, so we're going to go ahead and jump right into our recap, and we're starting with Mongo since he's staring at me the most right now.
Ah, fuck.
Pitter Patter. You do that way too well.
Shit.
Let's go. Come on. You're on the clock.
Yeah, and it's not working.
Every moment you take, Noodle's more disappointed.
Oh, he's already disappointed in me. Which, yeah, we found out Noodle can order room service, so that's great. Well, actually, we never really found out who orchestrated and who came up with the idea and who did it. All we know is that, like, Noodle, Ace, and the Mushrooms acquired room service. That cost 5 platinum. And then tipped another 5 platinum. But they ate well. And we're...
I'm pretty sure whoever that individual was is extremely happy.
Yeah. But, yeah, went to a new magic shop. And, yeah, found 3 rock brothers, stone giants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. One was trying to pull off some sort of mutton chops and didn't quite work, but it's okay. He's trying. Paid a bit to get a spell copied, but then also traded that copy for another spell from a very familiar character to some individuals. Let's see, Scav almost got shot again.
He wouldn't have been shot, he would have been a crater.
Annihilated.
Yeah. Because he just sought to waltz right up and not introduce himself and just kind of tried to walk in like he owned the place.
That tasted weird.
Cayenne and Osling looked at the way to get up there and said, no, we're going to take the more scenic route. And Nikolai found one of many of his father's workshops and was exploring that for quite some time.
Mm.
And I'm sure I'll remember more later. This is why I don't go first, because I don't remember everything right away.
It hurts.
I know, I'm a fucking disappointment in so many ways.
And he used to be so good at taking notes. He's just got lazy
No,
and didn't
I've
care.
never been good at taking notes. I tried to give you notes once and you punched me because of sheet music.
Well, me and Osling decided to go to the Druid Circle after putting the mushrooms in a square.
Yeah, you've actually visited there solo first. The Druid Circle, you had gone there first to scout it out and scout around the town actually a little bit first.
Yeah. Found out about the Outback to go check out. Then went back home. I believe that's when I found out about room service, or that was after going to the Druid Circle.
Yeah, you got back and Osling's like, yeah, I'm not responsible for this because she was tending to things.
Yes, she was she was cleaning around the room, keeping herself busy. Found out room service was ordered. found out it was kind of a combination of faults between Noodle and the mushrooms.
And Ace.
And Ace. I think Ace was responsible for most of the tip.
As he ate all the stuff that the food came on.
Mm-hmm. So to cool down, Osling and Cayenne went off to the Druid Circle. After Osling pointed out the smell of dog.
Yeah, that you smelled like dog, and you're like, oh, it's because I was hanging around a fox. That wasn't the case.
It wasn't the case at all, and then found out about Osling's history with dwarves. And then found out that the archdruidess that was there at the Druid Circle, one of many, I believe, is a lichen.
Yep.
Which that's a first.
And she also works with the blood hunters.
Yep. That too.
And she's not too fond of her own kind either.
Yeah, but it was pretty cool. It was nice to get Osling to meet someone that wasn't like those that she had met in her past. And then after the Druid Circle, we decided to head off and take our time going to the upper crest where we needed to go.
Yep. And before we went live, you were like, no, and so we want to go downstairs before you go to the upper.
Yes, to go to the Outback.
Yeah.
Just to check it out real quick.
Scavard. Mr. King Shit, like, why wasn't I declared?
I honestly thought that the inn had told them, like, hey, they're here.
Yes, they did say they're here. But it's not their place to declare you.
True. So, yeah. The children got into trouble. And by the children, I'm talking about Noodle, Ace, and the mushrooms. Feisty and Scabbard were going out and about in the city. Mongo came along with, of course, Cayenne and Ozim were out in the Druid Circle. Meanwhile, Nikolai was doing his own thing, discovering the shop, of course. But the children created problems. When Scabbard and Feisty had returned back to the tavern, found out that, hey, 10 platinum was spent on room service. So that was a thing.
Feisty also got in her own bit of trouble with the guards.
Yep. Feisty learned that, hey, a lot of things we were doing in the Magic City, you can't do that out and about in other places. They don't know us. But Feisty also is in the process with Scabbard getting escorted into this place because mistakes were made. They took the gondola up to the top section of the city, the upper city, in order to go and get outfitted for the meeting and all of that. And Scabbard was almost blown apart by some sort of weird magic tech or hex tech or whatever it is that was pointed at him. But met Stormir again, and that's about it, really. We did a little bit of exploration of the city.
Just started to crack open the city a little bit.
Oh, Feisty got her barbecue, and we also had marshmallows for the first time.
And you met a pink kobold named Pink.
Yeah. Super
I love
interesting
that so
character.
much.
Your kobold inside?
Oh!
No.
So, since she gave you marshmallows, is she your squeeze?
Oh. Bad. Terrible.
Uh-huh.
You know, character is the king. Generally, it's common.
He may be a king, but he still has the mindset of a peasant. He was not raised as noble.
Dude, you don't have the brain cells to think higher than for yourself.
Jeez.
But that's about a gist of what happened last session. Not a whole lot, but mostly exploration.
Yeah, I like how he just brushes over the visit to the magic shop with Mungo.
Well, it didn't involve him, so he doesn't care.
No, I was there too. It was something that was like big, yeah, but it's like that wasn't.
Yeah, you
Scatford's
commission
moment.
people to make something out of a big ass slab of obsidian.
You actually did something with that?
No, I have to find a place called a hole in the wall.
That's how it got mentioned. Okay. I missed that.
So-
Fixing something.
Which is something that I have not done yet, so I didn't bring it
Nikolai,
up.
Yes.
what happened to you last session?
Got abducted.
It's not abducted, it's called escorted.
By Cog, who is apparently a very well decorated person in the gnomish society who knew Nikolai's father. She shared some stories about Nikolai's father with Nikolai, informing him that his father had a workshop at every Tinker's Guild.
Not every Tinker's Guild, just ones that he frequent.
We have ones that he frequented, yeah. So after departing from Cog's workshop, he made his way to the Tinker's Guild, stopping in at a restaurant. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it was the one that Cog recommended or inform Nikolai that he could go to maybe meet with her later on in the evening and talk a little bit more about her experiences with his family and the Obscura after like 6 o'clock, she said. So he perused the menu a little bit, saw that there was an actual menu portion for constructs. Looked at it, saw the price was fine, and told Ace to order whatever he wants from the menu, which I guess started developing the I'll order whatever I want from the menu trait.
Master has given Dobby a sock!
So we ended up having a little bit of a late lunch, I think it was. Maybe an early lunch. I don't remember exactly what the time was. While talking with a Warforged that was of elven make and design. After leaving there, talking some more with the Warforged Chip, I believe was her name, or Chips. He left, got to the. No, I think he stopped off at the hotel first, because then he got in a little bit of a. Had some words with Osling. Osling was going to just kill him.
Oh yeah, and she put that fear of God or gods in you of that maybe I have killed you already. You just don't remember it.
Yeah, and I guess that's where Ace shared the idea that hey guys, you can just order stuff from the menu, which is not true. And then Nikolai left for the Tinker's Guild. Found it, started exploring it. And as far as I know, that's where he's at, if I remember correctly. With the intent of fixing that umbrella.
And you're currently at the tavern by yourself with all the fucking mushroom children.
And Noodle and Ace.
No, Ace is with me.
Oh, never mind.
Just noodle. Or ravioli right now. Codename ravioli. Oh yeah, you also got rainbow vomited on.
Yeah. In the eye.
Oh yeah, because he poked Noodle. Or shook his bed or something.
You shook him, which sloshed him.
No, he rolled over because I just kind of knelt down to ask him what the hell happened. And apparently him rolling over was enough.
Enough to disturb the settling of the food. The copious amounts of
the
food
noodle
he ate.
volcano.
Yeah.
You got noodled. So, we're going to go ahead and pick up this session with more Noodle Vomit, the sequel.
Aww.
As long as it doesn't turn into Family Guy Pep Cat scene.
Oh my god.
Epicat scene.
All right. So you're back at the tavern by yourself. Yeah. So your stomach's kind of grumbling a little bit.
I'm going to need to get something, but I don't think room service is the right idea.
You're gonna go look for some food.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some pre-processed food all over the place right now.
No, I cleaned that up.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah.
All right. So you're going down. Gonna
Yeah.
go look for
Noodle's
some food.
probably going to stay there because he's probably still a little too round for travel.
He's getting around to it. All right. So you're gonna go look for gnomes.
Yep.
And yeah, you're taking Osling and you're heading down to the lower part of the city itself. And so the buildings on the mid are actually representative of the environment there. They're nice buildings, very well put together. That lovely, they have deep archways along the ceiling. Curvature because of the heavy snows that come in, and it just allows it to roll off. And it's a nice slow walk all the way down to the lower. They have different furroways that go down, and you see guards posted. Occasionally, people are talking to guards. Guards are approaching people, and you come down and you can see the lower section. It's as nice as the mid. But you can see that they're a little bit more farmy and humble down in this area. You can see more trees down here than the mid, even though there are quite a few up there. You can see the vast openness of the different farmlands, and it's almost like a breeze of home to you, seeing
Does
farms.
Osling seem more calm?
She's standing there, and she's looking out at all of the farmlands, and she's just still. It's odd to see her just standing there like a statue.
I'll approach her and ask her if she's okay.
She jumps a little bit and she's like, yeah, I'm fine.
If this seems like it's too much, we can turn back.
She looks at you. Let's keep going. So you're familiar with how to find locations, so you can just approach a guard, ask them where the location is at.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's what you're going to go ahead and do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You approach a guard, and their back is to you, and something comes up on their shoulder and looks down at you, and they're wearing the familiar guard gear, but it's a ferret. And they're like, assistance? You need something. And they have like a little sword and all the gear that a guard would have, a little
Oh
shield,
my
the armor.
god.
It's a little ascended weasel.
Yeah, that's an actual guard.
Oh my
That's
god.
pretty great.
Yes, I'm trying to take my sister to the Outback.
Oh, yes, the Outback. They scurry onto the person's head, pushing some feathers, fur aside that's along the actual helmet design. That way. Yes, just keep going down this road. It's not hard to miss. They're at the very end where it splits off in two directions.
Thank you.
And they just kind of tip their little helmet, and it kind of just comes down over their head, just resting on a little snoot. And they push it back up, back into place.
I'll give them a gentle bow and take Osling off toward the Outback.
You reach out and you grab Osling's arm, and she's just looking back like... That was a, well-trained meal.
That was a first.
An equal opportunity city for anybody to be a guard? Suppose they need guards to deal with small folk.
Yeah.
Get into tight places.
Yeah. And it's, you're walking along the roads, and these roads are much more well-traveled than on the mid. Stones are pushed in, there's grooves in it, but still very spotless. And, you see mages coming and going, common folk, walking the roadways. And a few people give you guys glances, and they're not like sideways glances, they're just glances of like, huh, okay.
It's not a horse. It's two centaurs.
It's not two people riding a horse. It's,
Through the city, or random horse just walking around. It's two centaurs. Okay.
yeah. Did you leave the birds in the room to be babysat? Or are they with you?
I let them stay behind to babysit the shrooms. They'd probably be about like the big like bantam chickens, like doghouse size.
Okay.
They're that size right now.
The wonderful fuzz.
Yeah.
So eventually you do come to the location you're looking for, the Outback. And it looks like you pause for a moment. It's very familiar. It's got the steep ceiling and it's wide open in front. You see these two massive doors that are rolled open. And it looks like an oversized barn. And you can see that there's some merchants set up out front that were permitted to actually set up shop at the Outback as well. And there's people coming and going and walking through. It's like going to the state fair and they have that big, giant, double-sized open barn that you can drive a tractor into, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see a bunch of people inside going about doing trades and things like that. And yeah.
Just gonna take Osling in there and look around for anything that could be useful or interesting
All right.
for either of us, at least.
So, let me find my fucking notes. There we go. So, you head inside, and a few people are, offering you wares of, like, there's this, like, this person, a human, late 30s, is just, like, offering blankets, showing you coin prices on it, but, like, showing where you put it on your back, speaking in a foreign language, a different kind of common, essentially. You're picking up words here and there, but it doesn't quite match. Like a blanket that you put across your back for, like, when you put your gear over it, adds up padding.
Do I notice anything, like, interesting about it, or is it just a normal blanket?
Just a normal blanket. It looks like it's okay quality. It's not an amazing quality. It just looks like they're just making a living. See people selling various leathers and all sorts of things. People are selling odd kinds of, like, critters in cages, and you immediately see Osling see this, and she just starts walking that direction.
I'll follow with Osling.
And Osling's not too abrupt about it. She grabs one of the cages, and you can see she's about ready to throw it on the ground to break it open.
Don't do that, we could get in very big trouble.
Osling's like, they have prisoners, shouldn't they be free?
I'm sure this person is selling them as companions. I don't agree with it myself, but we also don't need to draw attention to the guards.
And as you're standing there, this little old lady turtle approaches you from the side, and she's kind of just like gumming a little bit, and she adjusts her big thick like Coke bottle glasses, and she just has like this hat on, and you can see like it's almost like an actual like insect hive on her head, like little beetles going about and out of like this like hat she's wearing. And she just looks at you and she's like, actually they are companion animals. I only sell them when they ethically want to join someone as a companion.
See, Osling?
Osling looks over at the turtle. Sorry. And the lady's like, she reaches into her jacket and she pulls out documentation. It just kind of unfurls a little bit, and you can see all these legal jargon and signatures on it. Ethically.
I just imagine this turtle speaking with such broken common.
I'm kind of picturing what's her name from Monsters Inc. Just in total.
Oh God!
I'm always watching Lazowski.
It's just in turtle form. Just like that's what's in my mind.
I was almost going like with one of the Golden Girls.
Oh my God! It's a golden girl mixed with that lady from Monsters Inc.
God.
Oh no.
What was her name? I can't remember her name though.
Roz?
Rosalind. Yeah.
Not Rosalind, just Roz.
And Rosalind's like, perhaps I was too quick at this moment to act.
It's okay.
And she starts walking off. She's like, I don't understand cultures.
It's okay. There are many things I still don't understand.
And as you guys are walking through this large place, you're just amazed by the size. And do a perception for me.
That's a 6.
A 6.
Yeah.
You're too distracted by Osling.
Yeah.
Oh God, she's just as oblivious. They're both oblivious.
Outside kick that roll. There we go.
Can you stop playing footsies with the mic?
I accidentally kicked the mic stand, okay? I just moved it.
And as you're walking with Osling, you just feel something behind you. It's almost like you're a fish and a shark is swimming up on you.
Sounds kind of disturbing.
I'm gonna just have my ears pinned back and listen really well. Either that or just kick a hind hoof back as a warning.
As a warning.
Yep. Don't walk behind a horse.
As you go and you do a quick kick back, you're suddenly stopped dead in your tracks as someone actually knows how to grab your hoof in mid-kick. And Osling turns around, she has her dagger out, and she's just like paused, like frozen there, like she looks at you and she's like, I don't know what to do. And you just feel your foot let go very gently.
I'm just gonna turn real slow and just glare at whoever or whatever.
And you're suddenly just face to face with another centaur, and she looks at you and she's like, "That's your war face?"
No war face, I just don't take too kindly to being walked up on.
She just motions like this, and you're staring at this 5'8" centaur, and she's got a vest on, and it's a leather vest, and it's got cracks in it, cuts in it, scrapes in it. It's seen action, probably quite a few tavern brawls, and
Yeah, that spot is jelly, not blood, right?
she's got red on her. And you're just seeing that she has lots of scars. Hi, Sophie. And something that just actually catches you off guard. She has markings of basically her totem. Various marks of like her culture and who she is, and is a thing that just kind of like really sets you off. As she has like really vibrant hazel eyes, and she has dark red hair, but the roots are gray. And she's like, so there's 2 ponies standing in my workspace with no explanation, no markings, no clan that I can see of.
We just arrived at this city not long ago, and we were told to visit this place by the Archdruidess in the Druid Circle. I wanted to bring my sister here to check it out before we have to go to the magistrate.
She's like, oh, you have to deal with politics. I'd rather be in another tavern brawl with a bunch of dwarves.
I would much rather be out in nature than have to deal with any of the hoity-toity royal anything.
I've been banned from all social events that regard any sort of nobility. And someone walks up to her, she just reaches out and her hand just grabs their throat instantly. And she's like, I'm talking to two people. Talk to me later. And she lets go and they just walk off in another direction.
Okay.
Have a good day.
It's like, god damn, she's not to be fucked with. And she's like, look around. She's like, see if you have anything that catches your interest. We have plenty of gear that will be suitable for centaurs, as I make it a pride and joy to actually offer wares that are suitable for us.
That's a relief. The last city that we had gone to was very nice, but there weren't many shops that sized clothing and wares for those of our kin.
She just looks at you and she just raises an eyebrow and kind of, like, one ear tilts off to the side and she's like, have you met Gunnar?
Yes.
Have you had the chance to fight him yet?
Nope. He lifted me up and called me Pony Keg.
He tried that once with me. He ended up with a broken collarbone.
I was not exactly sober, so I couldn't exactly fight someone that large. At the moment. Too many drinks.
His wife fights better.
I met her. She actually helped me get ready for my brother's wedding.
More centaurs?
Adopted brother.
Oh. So someone you pitied to take him under your hoof.
No, we were kind of just put together.
No. Fate just kind of brought me and my adopted siblings together under the same orphanage, and we've been protecting each other ever since. Although they make me want to pull each strand of fur and hair and flake of skin off of my very body sometimes. I still love them.
And Osling is still standing there with her blade drawn, like, I'm still not sure what to actually do in this situation. Do I stab? Do I put it away? Do I walk away? I don't know.
I'm gonna look at Osling and just... No. Not needed.
Osling just puts her blade away, like, oh, okay. And, she takes a small bow. I have things to attend to. I'll be around.
My apologies for kicking at you. I don't like when anyone or anything is behind me. It just doesn't make me feel right.
Common reaction is expected. You're just lucky I didn't flip you. Suddenly Cayenne is airborne. And how did she get in this situation?
How did Cayenne get airborne again?
She's part of the first airborne centaur troops. I just, oh my god. Oh, an airship.
Division?
So an airship that's a warship, and you just see all these centaurs jumping off with parachutes.
Nope.
Just screaming all the way down. It's a terrifying mental image.
Gonna take some time to look for any kind of gear that would be useful. I do still want to use, of course, the vest and the pockets always.
Yeah.
But I think I should probably get a little more updated of a harness to wear.
Yeah. That's easy enough. Just do an investigation. Apparently, Osling's still in the mood of. Is this where we start stabbing?
That was a 10.
A 10. Let's see. What do you find for a 10? A very inconveniently placed piece of bacon. I'm just kidding. Pocket bacon.
How's that inconvenient?
What,
Depends
pocket
on which
bacon?
pocket.
If it got forgotten about, like Nikolai forgets about food, it's pretty inconvenient.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You do find one of her actual personal vendors there that are selling to people, and they are actually selling gear that is designed for a centaur. I mean, there's not a lot of people around this area picking that gear up. But it's easy enough to find them and what they're selling, and it's actually a lizard folk.
Of course.
Of course, it makes perfect sense. So yeah, you're going to probably start perusing their wares.
Yeah.
Okay. Nikolai,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Well, after doing the initial exploration of the workshop house, whatever, pocket dimension, I had two thoughts. One, how exactly does this work? And what happens if I make something for Ace when we're both the same size, and he walks out of here?
Boy, guess you're just going to have to find out.
So the first thing he wants to do actually is get that umbrella fixed. So he's going to go grab that umbrella, find a workshop, a space in one of the workshops to get it repaired.
You go and grab the umbrella, and as you pick it up, you just start to walk with it, and a bunch of pieces from it hit the ground and tumble, and some of them roll underneath the actual table.
I'll gather the pieces up.
Oh, takes you a little bit of time.
Yeah, and head over there, work on getting that umbrella fixed.
Tinkering.
Uh, 15.
15?
No. 14.
14? Do an investigation.
Okay. Is that 18 or 16? 18. Plus 6 would be 24.
24. You actually rolled higher than a 1?
Yeah.
Oh,
It happens
wait.
sometimes.
I forgot who I was talking to.
Everybody fucking looks at
I'm sure the people watching also looked in your direction.
Yeah.
Uh,
I roll higher than 1 sometimes.
Sometimes.
Get 2s and 3s.
You start digging into the repair of this and start drawing down schematics and things like this, and you just absolutely get your tail crooks instantly as you realize that it's also there's a system here to this umbrella. It's more than just an umbrella; it's also a grappling hook.
Cool.
Oh god, your dad was the penguin.
No, he was a moon mouse. He didn't walk around going ah.
I'm not convinced right now.
He said also don't have the same charisma as Colin Farrell.
This is true.
So yeah, you're. It's going to take you some time to work on that. And
Is it going to take more than a couple hours?
you have to fabricate some of the pieces to replace and build some of the mechanisms back into place.
Yeah, I'll give it a couple hours and I'll go get my family.
All right. Mongo, where are you off to? Look for food?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going down to the open area in the tavern, or are you stepping out?
For someone who
Guess we're going
doesn't
out.
like
Okay.
randomization, you just chose to randomly decide.
Yep, because I couldn't decide, so it's just like, well, I need to hurry up.
All right. Stretch a little bit.
Fuck.
What?
That's not a good sign.
What? What? I'm not allowed to stretch? I have to just sit over here and look grumpy the whole time?
No, that's my job.
No. Your job
No.
is to look worried.
Yeah, it's his job to look broody. I'm surprised he hasn't found the best cliff to sit on and just brood and cast storm above his head.
Does this? Are you the kobold that this city needs?
Maybe.
You could just say it now, the town crier. Masked kobold!
It'd be really difficult to play that off, though, considering he's probably the only fucker with his little gem things floating around, horns.
No, he just pulls a cloak over to hide him.
Yeah. You can get stuff designed to, like, conceal your identity.
It's called disguise. Yeah. Very common practice.
Just blew his fucking mind.
Fuck off.
That's great.
So, you're out and about starting to look for food, and, you suddenly have a hand on the back of your neck, and they're like, if you try to cast a spell, you will be dead before you mutter the first syllable.
Gonna turn around and...
No, they have you where you can't turn around.
Damn.
And you just feel a dagger like right between the ribs. Like if you move, it's going into you.
Damn.
And they take you off to one of the like food places, and they sit you in a chair, and they sit across from you. Like, this is very easy, and it's that orc from the ship that was with Sunny. They're like, this is very easy. We will provide you coin if you accept it. You will not tell her about any of your life or anything. You will simply say you're not interested in her and allow her to go back home. You will not interfere with her life.
I'm sorry, you are?
I'm the person that was in charge of her.
Considering some of the things that my family has run into in recent times, you're going to really want to explain that last part.
I work for a group of people that have ensured that our investment has stayed where it needs to stay. And it is going to continue to stay where it needs to stay because it is very lucrative. You're going to say your piece, you're going to walk away from her and go your own direction and collect the coin. She knows nothing about you or the things that you dabble with. And you're just going to walk away from her.
Nate, did you ever get that parchment where we keep names on lists?
Not yet.
I got the feeling we're going to be adding another name to it.
Yeah, probably.
Or an entire organization.
Yeah, there's a possibility. I don't have a problem with this. Anybody else?
I see her getting angry over there. We've gone through great lengths to keep her where she is and unaware of things. She doesn't need you in her life.
Well, nobody does. However, if she's still family, and she's being kept somewhere where she doesn't want to be, that's going to be rather inconvenient for some people.
Oh, she's not aware that she's being kept there against her own will. It's just a lot of inconveniences happened where she can't do anything. You know how life is.
Yeah, I never know when it's going to come to an end.
If that's a threat, it's going to be you first, buddy. So, you'll meet her tomorrow, say your piece, and walk away.
Which piece would that be? Because I get kind of long-winded sometimes.
Say you're happy to meet her, that you'll keep in contact, which you never will, you'll break that promise, and go about your way and live your life happily.
See, that's not really going to work for me.
The people you're traveling with, are you aware of where they're all currently at and the dangers that they're facing?
Well, one of my brothers, any dangers that he's facing, it's probably because he put the screw in the wrong spot. But he'll figure out where to put it, and he'll be very inconvenient for others.
It's an easy offer, take it. You'll make your life a lot easier. And you'll walk away with coins in your pocket.
Yeah, I've already got a few.
War can make things a lot easier for you.
God, you really didn't do your homework on us, have you? We don't do shit to make our lives easier. Usually that's what we try to do, but we then fuck it up. Tell me I'm fucking wrong.
You're not.
Who's fucked our lives more? Us. And they just stand up very casually. Go back to your room, consider the offer.
Already been considered.
Cayenne's gonna want to murder after she hears this. I think the whole party will.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
It's not important.
I'm sorry, I just found out what my brother's last name was, and it's rather unconventional, so I can't actually tell if you're saying that is your name, or if you're just telling me that your name is really of no consequence. I'm not trying to be sarcastic, I really don't know. It's been kind of a weird trip. Forgive my ignorance.
They look briefly confused at this. Of like,
Did Mongo just cast cutting words? Or?
they just look briefly confused
Like,
about this.
Dude, your last name is what? Somebody coming up, especially, he hasn't met a lot of orcs, so somebody coming up with a name and saying, yes, my name is not important. It's a fucking possible thing.
For an orc, yes, that's very actually possible.
I suppose so.
God damn.
And then, you just then take tabaxi naming conventions. As much as I love them.
It's a what?
Take Oi's name, for example.
Boy's name. Can you roll me an insight, bud?
Sure.
Are you comfy, buddy?
I can roll it, as long as you don't need it to be higher than 4.
Good
God,
God.
I'm gonna get fucking stabbed because I asked a question. That seems about right.
Mongo goes limping back to the room after being stabbed.
Why did you get stabbed? Well, I
You didn't see
asked
the
for
comment.
clarification on a point. Yeah,
And then
alright, that-
really got the point.
well, would anybody fucking be surprised if that's what happens?
The orc bows a little bit and just heads off in their own direction to just let you think about that. And Humphrey speaks to you in your head. I don't like them.
Neither do I.
I want them dead.
Not ruling it out. I'm looking for the nearest gray cloak.
Okay. Investigation there, bud.
$11.
In the sea of black, there is a pink tip. The tip of this is pink. Surrounded by
A
black.
near jet black little die with one pink tip on it, huh?
I mean, it's marbled, but over here it's all black, and then there's just pink.
That's okay.
Yeah.
What?
It takes you a bit more longer than you want, and you're still probably fuming.
A little bit.
And you see a gray cloak that's talking to a guard.
Kind of wait for the conversation to end.
And it ends, and the gray cloak turns to start to leave, and and they stop for a moment.
I'm so sorry to bother you. From very new to the city, and I was told that anybody wearing a cloak of yours might be able to help in this situation.
What is the situation? And it's a wood elf, and they're like, and they're. I don't mean to be rude, and they crouch down to be at your eye level.
I'll try to stand a little higher up. Very appreciated, thank you. I was just discussing a rather annoying matter with a very well-dressed orc who I'm believing just arrived on an airship. I don't know what his name is, but I'd like to. Like to know who he works for.
They take out a scroll and they start writing this down, and it's in Elven that they're writing. You probably don't know it.
Actually, I do speak Elvish.
It's actually Elven thieves can't.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and they're just writing this down. Okay, and other details.
He arrived with a Munchkin Tabaxi named
Such as
Sunny.
yourself. Okay.
Strikingly similar.
Okay.
Same color pattern, different hair though.
All right.
Apparently he also works for an organization, and I'd like to know about them as well.
This could be a sizable fee that you will owe us, but we will negotiate that once the details are rendered for you. How soon do you need this?
I would appreciate them sooner rather than later.
Can you get them to me 5 minutes ago?
That would have been handy, but I didn't know I needed it 5 minutes ago.
And who will this be delivered to?
I'd prefer just myself for right now.
Your name.
Mongo.
And they write this down. Okay. Again, it will be a sizable fee. 5 platinum up front.
That button. I have to go to the bank first.
We can simply just withdraw it from your account.
Oh, thank you very much.
And they just kind of pull their cloak forward, and as they do that, it kind of rolls forward, and there's just smoke, and they're just gone.
I've got to learn how to do that.
And Mongo's like, what kind of fucking Batman shit just happened?
Scav would love to know how to do that.
Scabbard,
Yes.
you're headed inside with Sir Mir. He's walking next to you. And you're in this upper royal area. You're not taken to the castle. That's probably a pipe dream for you.
Probably.
But you're just in the upper echelon, essentially, and you see various
not that much.
noble... People are very well dressed here. The buildings are immaculate. Lots of actual beautiful architecture and trees and exotic trees here. And you see a group of actual kobolds off, and a few of them are actual gemstone kobolds, and they're just kind of talking amongst each other, and more or less probably talking about you walking with this giant fucking mountain of a kobold.
Probably looking around like, I've never seen others like me.
Yeah, they don't look too happy about you. Like, they want to... There's this impression that they want to make your life a living hell. They don't know shit. So, yeah, you're walking with Sir Mir.
And I can just...
Focus.
Well, first of all, it's good to see you again, Sir Mir. I trust that you and Kippa made a safe journey here. No trouble, I hope.
None.
And second, what's... Where are we? I don't know much about Conceal at all.
We may have to topple some organized crime.
Fun's getting a little low over there, bud. Okay.
No, I'm just saying we might have to topple an organized crime.
They look over at you. This is the upper crest, also the area of the royal court. All of the nobles stay up here, and some actually choose to stay in the lower areas.
Nothing wrong with that.
There's Left's Pub over there if you want to get a good drink. There's the upper area for the library.
Library. Okay.
Well, it's the upper portion of the library that connects to the middle portion, which also connects to the lower.
That is a huge library.
It's capital city.
True. Well, originally had intended to come up here to find, more appropriate attire to wear.
You'll have to go to the mid for that, as those sort of shops are not permitted up here.
I was told to come up here. Guess I was lied to. Well, now that I'm here, I don't really know what I'm doing, to be honest, sir. The rest of us are staying at,
Just the frustration of there.
forgot the name. What is the name of the place? The Sleepy Meadow. The rest of us are staying at the Sleepy Meadow. I do know everyone's going to be making their way up here around the time of this meeting that we have to partake in. And, aside from that, I don't really know where everybody's at.
I'm sure there's plenty of people that know exactly where they're at, and your wife is completely aware of all their locations.
That is good to know. Speaking of which, where is she?
She's dealing with royal business.
Understandable. Also, I've never seen others like myself. It's weird.
They don't carry daggers, they carry sharp wit and teeth and words.
So you're dead. Sorry, Randy.
Okay. I feel so out of place. It's a little bit too... What's the word?
Clean?
Clean, pompous.
Pompous is definitely up there.
Oh, yeah. People are significantly well dressed here. There's a little bit of like oddness because there's people that are trying like latest fashions as well.
I'm just wearing the royal attire I was given to by the lord and lady from the Magic City.
It works. It works well enough.
It was like, it's a bit much. But our endeavors with the temple that Cayenne needed to complete was successful. So that's good. That shouldn't be a problem anymore. But we did find out something very upsetting. I guess that's something for another time, though.
Sir Mir raises an eyebrow curiously.
Let's just say it involves corrupt mages. Or a corrupt mage.
That happens.
And we'll leave it at that for now.
Sir Mir's like, that brings back memories of taking a broken slab of stone, driving it into a mage's hand, and splitting him down the middle. That was a glorious fight.
What the fuck?
And Tom looks like, Jesus Christ.
You'll have to share some more of your stories at some point.
You could probably
Of course, not now. Rather
just
inappropriate.
talk the problem out.
Does Sir Mir seem like
Because amputation works much better for interrogation.
Blunt force trauma does too.
Now, I don't suppose there's a way to quickly send messages to others like there were at the Magic City?
We have the same opportunities in this city. I don't see why we wouldn't.
I don't know. We didn't have that in some of the towns we were at.
He just looks perplexed at you a little bit, like,
I'm still very new to this. I understand that there is a whole hierarchy and all that, and
is that your wife is already adapted to, and she's actually quite remarkable at.
it's interesting, and I certainly do wish to know more and be better at it. But I also have my obligations to family, and my obligations now, of course, of everything that the Obscura left behind for us to deal with. And-
Scavard, to
yes.
speak out of turn, perhaps you should go back down to the mid and the lower and track down your siblings and spend some time with them before tomorrow.
Oh, I thought the meeting was today.
It's still the day before, but
Oh, I thought we were doing that today. Okay. Alright, well, I don't suppose there's any way I can go ahead and figure out the information on where I can find
no,
a
it is
place.
the next morning you guys went out and about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I'm
The
like,
day
I
of the
thought we were
meeting.
doing that today.
Yeah, I just thought about it. Yeah, it's the day of. So the meeting would be later in the day, so you can go track down siblings and whatnot. And dress
Oh, I
fine.
thought
Yeah, I thought it was still the day before.
I thought it was still the day before.
No, it's,
No.
it's the
Oh.
morning
I distinctly
of.
remember we
Sorry.
woke up the next day, and that's why I was like,
Yep.
hey, we should
Sorry.
probably all go. to
That's
this
on
place.
me. It's currently the next morning.
We left
So-
off. We left off at an odd point, so that's pretty.
Yeah.
So Nikolai still in yesterday?
We'll just say Nikolai thinks it's so yesterday because he gets lost in tinkering.
I don't suppose you happen to know of a place called Hole in the Wall with a Lady Corin?
He raises an eyebrow. He's like, that place.
I was told that's probably one of the best places to go to look for specific things that I'm looking to have done.
That is by far one of the best places to go. I recommend that you take your whole family when you go. He searches around his pockets real quick, and he walks over to one of the guards, and he starts talking to one of the guards, and he comes over and he drops a piece of chalk in your hand. He's like, if you don't find the door, draw a chalk door, knock on it, you should be able to go in.
That is interesting. I placed the chalk inside my satchel. Okay.
And mind yourself while you're in the presence of Lady Corin. I've been shot by her with an arrow.
Understandable. Best behavior. Got it. Alright. Oh, right. Feisty's back.
He looks over at Feisty. I'm aware she's been standing there like a perfect gentleman the whole time.
She's a female cat, but okay.
He looks at you and he's like, females can't be gentlemen either. Follow the same protocols.
Gentleman, distinguished lady, one or the other.
And Feisty's he's like, I know. He has a lot to understand. She's like, I'm aware.
You understand cats?
And you don't?
No, I don't. I would love to learn.
Down he wants to fucking
The eye rolls
Right.
from the entire table.
fucking grows up with one. No interest.
Suddenly he gets a little pussy and he wants to fucking learn how to speak cat.
Come on.
Phrasing.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and look for the others then. I will definitely see. When would I be able to see Kippa again, actually?
He's like, probably at the meeting.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go ahead, look for the others, learn what I can about this city, a little bit more. Oh, that's right. I don't have it with me now, obviously, but I think I found Father's shield. And perhaps you could tell me a little bit more about its story.
I'm sure if it's the one I'm thinking of, it's a very interesting story. If I remember the details right. And he just looks perplexed at himself for a moment.
Well, once again, it's good to see you, Sir Amir, and have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna go ahead and try and find the others. But until then, I'll see you later on, I think. I don't know.
He just bows a bit. I have to be present.
Well, in that case, I will definitely see you later then. Well, farewell for now. Give him a bow. Head back over to,
It's easier to come and go now that you've been verified. They just you have to you don't have to present any documentation. There's something there that they're seeing that you're not seeing, obviously, that clearly dictates that you can come and go.
Oh, on my way out, I would be sure to inform that one individual, like, hey, there's gonna be others coming with me later, and they're all here for the same reason.
They just look confused. Okay.
And head back down to the midsection to find the shop I was told to go to, even though they said it was in the upper. I was lied to.
Cayenne, you're looking at the wares for that are designed for a centaur, and you actually do find a really nice harness set. It's it's like a black leather, and all the studs are made of like this really nice elven metal. But on the underside, it's like this beautiful, soft moleskin type of leather as well.
Debating. Because my harness has seen some shit.
It's got blood, it's got stains, it's got scratches, it's got lots of things. Memories.
Yeah. It's already had to been fixed once.
Yeah,
Already.
this would be like a beautiful replacement.
Find out how much it is.
It's a platinum piece. And it's designed where it can actually latch onto like the upper part as well to connect to basically, and you can see that there's other parts to this where it's it catches you a little bit off because it's designed where plate armor can actually be attached to it. Or leather armor could be attached to it. It's anchoring points essentially.
That would be useful. Yeah, I'll pick it up.
All right. Yeah.
Is that coming out of the account?
That would
Yeah.
come out of the account because I don't
Yeah.
have any platinum on me.
Yeah, it would be. You can add it to your inventory. It'd be basically studded leather armor, the equivalent of. And you can just rename it to fancy hoity-toity harness or whatever you want.
Updated tar harness.
One sec, I'm doing
No,
something.
we are current now.
There's
In gold.
Get a feeling you saw what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
You said it would be studded leather.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. And, yeah, there's a couple of fruit vendors down here as well, and vegetables vendors, and, Osling, she pauses at the actual, like, fruit vendor, and, she's just kind of looking over, like, really fresh-looking apples. Completely sidetracked by apples all of a sudden.
Centaur. Plus apples.
Master, you want some?
She looks over a bit startled, and she's like, if it wouldn't be an inconvenience.
Wouldn't be an inconvenience for me.
And it's just this like old man. He's just sun like bathed and really tanned, lots of wrinkles, and he's like, how many apples would you like?
Take 6 of them.
And he gets like a little like wicker basket. And he puts the apples in there, and 1 copper per apple.
1 copper per
Damn.
apple.
Yeah.
These are expensive apples.
Give 6 copper.
He hands over the basket, and they're like nice, medium-sized apples. And he just kind of smiles, and he puts the cup away. He's like, "Have a good day."
Thank you.
And Osling takes one of the apples, and she just double hands and takes a bite of it, and you can see like, for the first time, like that like childhoodness of her comes out. That pure happiness that you don't see in Osling just kind of comes forward.
Is she kind of trotting a little bit in place, but catching herself doing it?
Yeah. You're making a note of that?
Next time we go to make a drink for Osling, it's going to be an appletini.
Isn't that metagaming? Because you're not there?
No. I mean, yes, it is, but
You'll have to get that info from Cayenne.
I'm sure I will.
Tom, the player already knows that Cayenne's favorite thing is either strawberry or cranberry.
Yeah, I know. That's I'm looking for the page where I have that written down.
Drinks for people.
Yeah.
And she's just walking really close to you, just eating the apple, just off in her own place. For once, her guard is just lowered down. And
We'll take our time making our way to, I guess, the middle section before we assume that we're supposed to go to the upper section.
yeah. Nikolai,
Okay.
you're sitting there and you work on this a little bit. And you're just feeling exhausted.
Uh-huh.
And you look over and you can see a window that faces outward. Do you go and check?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you go and check and you see that it's actually, instead of like before where the sun was going down when you came in here, the sun is actually coming up at this point.
Oh, shit.
And it's like almost to the noon point at this.
Oh, shit. Then it's Scabbard say we have to, like, go to this meeting thing at, like, 5 o'clock or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Alright. I want to try one thing. I'm gonna make a very rudimentary scarf for Ace out of the canvas that's in my bag of holding.
To try and make him look fancy?
Well, I want to see if, like, I make it for him while we're both the same size. When he walks out of here, does it stay the same size?
Tinkering, bud.
Because that will answer so many questions of the stuff I can do. Would be modified 20.
It takes you a little bit longer. You get sidetracked again, and you see the sun's already going over by the time you're done. Because
Okay.
you make this canvas, and yeah, he puts it on. It looks actually rather stylish.
Cool.
And you head out with him.
Yeah.
It rechanges size to fit him.
Awesome. Totally cool. All right. Let's go find the family there, Ace.
All right. Mungo, you're able to pick up a few like pastries on the way back to the tavern, and you head back upstairs, and you get through the door, and yeah, you get through the door, and behind you you hear the familiar hoofsteps coming through the door as well.
Oh. Hold up some of the pastries.
Osling looks at you, and she offers an apple core.
Thank you. Noodle might nom on that once he's feeling less rounded.
Noodle points to a thimble that's overflowing with.
I was thinking,
I will clean that up real quick.
I was fixing to say, I was thinking if you want to, you can give that to the mushrooms.
She looks over. Right, and she takes it over.
Right back.
The mushrooms immediately swarm on and start fighting over it, and they're like, they're kind of like a bunch of kids fighting over a piece of like cake essentially, or ice cream, like a single shared bowl, like wanting to. They're like trying to tear pieces off and like little pieces of leftover apple. A seed goes skittering across the floor.
I'll gather any seed that comes near me and put it in a pocket to
Alright.
save it to plant it.
Cayenne apple seed?
Just gonna plant a seed in your body.
Hey, it could come in handy. I could literally druid craft an apple tree if I need to. So
Yeah.
if we need apples pretty quick,
Yeah, I suppose you could do that.
That is a thing druids can do.
It'll take a while, but you can do it.
Yeah.
it'll take a while. And
You'll probably get some
be a
apples
little
before you
small
starve
tree.
to death. Which is the point.
But then you could take those seeds and plant more and eventually turn it into like a whole forest.
Yeah.
Plant an entire forest.
Of
How do you
apples.
think it happens anyway? Druids.
Just lots and lots of druids.
Osleen, she goes over and starts talking to it a little bit and reaches in her side pack and just brings out some miscellaneous, like, part of a dead animal that she had found along the way and feeds it.
Little street rat.
Just a dead possum.
Oh,
I think Ed would have really liked the druidess.
Probably get to visit her next time that you guys go.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you can talk amongst your sister.
So I got to have a conversation with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably not going to end well. So, you know how the two of you like to punch and hoof and dismember?
Yes.
I think you're going to get an opportunity here coming soon to do just that.
And you walk in as soon as you hear just that, as Ace holds open the door.
Hi.
Welcome
Just
back.
what?
What?
Just what?
Oh, too soon to tell.
And you
Let's just get on with it, brother.
you come in and you hear too soon to tell, and it gets your hopes up probably that he found another munchkin tabaxi.
Just
Hello?
Just tell us what happened.
hi.
And Ace is
Hello?
just in there holding the door open, like
Close the door, Ace.
Wait, hey.
closes it in front of you, and you're stuck in the hallway.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
How the hell do you not? How do you not feel someone walk up behind you?
And Osling kind of speaks over as just tending to it. Some people are more insignificant.
Opening the door and going in, letting Feisty in as well, then close the door.
Feisty just goes and flops over on the nearest bed.
Hello?
So get on with it, brother.
Hey.
What's going on?
I'm not entirely sure yet. I commissioned some of the Grey Cloaks to get some information on someone who may or may not be keeping Sunny in some sort of level of hostage that she's unaware about.
How is it may or may not?
Uh-oh.
No, not on the equipment.
Yep, go over there. It's gonna be liquidy.
No.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the situation's making you want to throw up, Manga?
A little bit.
Yep.
The lack of
Oh,
information.
God, jeez.
Oh,
Alright.
Drink
that
too
was
much water,
watery.
buddy.
Way too much
At
water.
least it's not that much.
Anyway, back to game.
Yeah.
Focus. We'll
Well,
get that
I
on
got a
break.
visit from a rather well-dressed orc whose name I'm not sure may or may not be not important.
Dude.
I don't know how his name it works. I asked him what it was. He said it's not important.
Okay.
So I don't know
Okay.
if it's literally that or if he's just saying
Mongo
that.
brother. Mongo brother.
What?
Just tell us what happened.
That's what I'm trying to do.
And she yells at me for using too many words.
Well, he said that they put in a rather large investment into keeping Sunny exactly where she's at. So I'm apparently supposed to be getting a visit from her to, oh, nice to see you, bye. I'll write in the not write, and they're supposed to give me some sort of financial compensation for it. So I'm thinking we may need to make their lives a bit more difficult than they'd prefer.
Oh.
Translation. Just so we're all clear about that.
It kind of tilts over. Murder.
Murder.
Yeah, we may have to do some of that, Ed. But not right now.
Again. So does it say boo?
Osline just kind of laughs a bit to herself. I remember once when a cleric asked me to resurrect somebody, and then they quickly shoved their face into blessed water and watched it disintegrate. They weren't too happy with that person.
Damn. So you had a cleric
Good to know
A
that
cleric wanted you to
that's-
resurrect someone to just kill them again?
Yes.
Okay, let's be honest. If we could have done that to fucking... What the hell's it? That wannabe... Smiley. If we could have done that to him, we probably would have.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. You don't know about that story. Smiley's terrible.
So,
We'll tell you someday, Oslin.
once I get some of the information back from the Grey Cloaks, then we'll figure out exactly how to proceed.
Well, I have solved our housing problem. At least here.
Looks
Tyan,
around at the place that we're
It's not gonna
currently
cost
in.
us
You look
anything.
over towards the window going
Oh.
outside, and you see like almost like some feathers kind of falling. You notice the sound that was made, and Nipsey's just wrapped around a poor city bird that happened to land there and strangling it to death and consuming it.
Alrighty, Nipsey was hungry.
Or just saw the opportunity.
Yes, is the answer.
Hasn't got to go hunting in a bit since we got here.
Oh, that's true.
True.
We didn't take forested areas. We went on a confounded contraption that shouldn't be a thing.
Nipsey has murdered a bird.
Yeah, so
Is she wearing any part of it now? Or just eating it?
Just eating it
Mm.
like a boa constrictor.
Unhinged jaws and swallowing whole.
So one of the interesting pieces of information I got from that lovely gnome that accosted me when we got off the dock. Her name is Cog, and she just really needed to talk to me because she knew my father apparently very well.
Really?
Yeah. And one of the pieces of information she gave me is that my father had commissioned workshops at very many of the tinkering guilds for his own personal use. Well, I went to go check out the workshop, went to go check out the tinkering guild here, found that he did indeed commission that workshop at this tinkering guild, and it's not just a workshop. It's an entire home.
No, are we
That
talking like a home, like the size of like a home, or are we
2
talking...
stories, about 6 bedrooms, several workshops, a kitchen.
That is a very large home for someone your size.
That's where it gets fun.
Oh no.
So, the best I can describe is it's like a pocket dimension, like, bag of holding, but you can live in it.
It sounds like a terrible idea. It's like last time I was inside of a bag of holding.
I spent the
couldn't
whole
breathe.
night there. Apparently.
A check for signs of oxygen deprivation.
Survival? Nature?
So you mean to tell me...
It's a 3 on the dice. He's talking, so I think he's fine.
It's Nikolai.
So you mean to tell me
He's
that
too
you
stubborn to
slept
die.
inside of a bag of holding? How are you
No,
alive?
a house.
A house of holding.
A house of holding, sure.
Okay, but like... I still don't understand.
Oh, good, he found an HOH.
Okay. And the weirdest part that blew my mind is that anybody can come into this house that I invite. So I invited Ace to come in, and he was able to walk through the same door that was my height.
Don't invite in vampires.
And when we crossed the threshold, we were both the same height. I made
sure
this
you didn't
scarf for him while we were in there.
So... You, Nikolai,
Yes.
Ace...
Yes, we were the
You
same height.
invited him in, and
He walked through the same
he
door I walked
grew
through.
or he shrunk?
I think we're going to need to commission Augie for another helmet.
You shrunk. Or he shrunk.
It sounds like
I
head
guess.
running the family.
That's
Who's next on the list for a helmet?
interesting.
So we don't have to spend all the money that we're going to need to spend for this place. There's rooms up there that look like they were built for our parents.
He didn't go in any of them to check them out. He just...
I just looked at it. That's probably Mongo's family.
Interesting. Well, it would save us a lot of money.
Yes, and apparently he's had this commissioned at several tinkering shops that he frequented. So that's one thing to check. First time we go to every...
Is there a
we'll
clock in the
everything.
room?
No.
Okay. Is there a sundial nearby?
That would be a clock.
It's called Look Out the Window.
A sundial really wouldn't work in a room, bud.
I meant like you could see out or whatever.
It still wouldn't work. You need the sun to work on a sundial.
True.
The shadow is how you see the time.
So, interesting little encounter going up to the upper court. Let's just say that they now know that we're gonna be going there. They did not know.
What did you tell him?
I told them after the fact. I almost became a crater in the ground. They have a lot of interesting magic that you would be interested in there, Mongo.
Probably.
They also have a giant library that goes from the top to the bottom of all levels.
Suddenly Mongo's tail crooks.
He breaks his own tail out of excitement.
His tail just...
And they have a lot of really strange and exotic plants that I think you and Oslin might like to investigate up there. Cayenne. But, it's a bit... I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit pompous. It is very, very, like, head stuck in the ass type of situation up there. It's not pleasant.
Cayenne's
left.
just gonna look at Osling.
She's already making us like, oh...
I,
And
I've got herb for this.
We are definitely going to
Before you
need
got to talk to the roll.
to find
Oh,
a
yeah.
A temporary orbital lobotomy.
We're definitely going to need to
We
be
just don't care.
definitely going to need to be dressed appropriately up there. That being said, Sir Mir handed me something that should be able to help. If we have trouble finding the hole in the wall, apparently, I reach into the pocket and pull it out. All we need to do is draw a door on a wall with this chalk and knock on it, and apparently it opens up a door to this shop or whatever. But he said to be on your best behavior because Lady Corn, the person that runs the shop, zapped him with some sort of shock arrow. It was apparently not pleasant.
So when Nikolai left the house, it was somewhat after noon, basically.
It was getting to be after lunchtime.
After lunchtime. Okay. And how long did it take him to get here?
Do an intelligence. Use that big brain of yours. Big brain science.
19.
19. It's probably closer to about 2 o'clock at this point.
All right. So it's about 2 o'clock right now, guys. I bought some fine clothes in Willowfall. Do you need anything, Mongo?
Prestidigitate clean.
Well, remember,
You could just say yes or no.
This is more fun.
remember, whatever magical attire and such that we take up there might not work because of those anti-magic weird mumbo jumbo.
He just cleaned himself.
No, I know that.
I'm not gonna walk through and then all of a sudden get dirty again.
I don't know how it
What
works.
if that's the way it worked, Mongo?
I don't know how it
Would
works.
you be devastated? All of a sudden,
my
all the
God.
prestidigitation you've ever done your entire life is undone, and you're just caked in grime.
like a whole 2 feet worth of grime on you?
Every last dirt particle is suddenly back.
Well,
Every
after
last,
I'm done having a nervous meltdown, I'd fucking leave.
every last bit of viscera, gut, and entrail and smell.
By the way,
covered
that was
so
very
much
much
junk.
that was very much in character the way that we asked.
You wouldn't be able to move. You'd just be stuck there. You'd have to crawl his way out of the gunk.
As stated, after the nervous breakdown,
Well,
I'd be telling them to fuck off and leaving.
Sorry, brother. I just had to.
but seriously though, what if that is how it works? Though?
I really fucking doubt that.
I
So I'm assuming you're just gonna wear what you're wearing. Just look a little bit. Have Mongo probably clean you up, or put on your new harness.
I would have exchanged and changed into my new harness. I would have been doing that while talking was been going on.
She has a fancy new harness on.
Oh, that's
that looks nice.
It was only one platinum piece.
That's not bad for how it looks.
About how long does it take to get from here to where we need to go? Does anybody know?
If you go by didn't it take like only just like half an hour by gondola? If we take the gondola, about half an hour. I
Okay.
don't know how long it'll be by walking.
Okay. Well, excuse me. I'll get changed, and I guess we should probably get going because we got to be there. What, 3 hours? Better to be late or early than late.
I still have to go and actually I may not have to. I has idea. Feisty.
Feisty looks over and she currently is like on her back, and the mushrooms are using her as a jungle gym.
I had this is gonna make it a little bit easier so that way you don't have to do the whole dress up thing, but that large sash. The big large sash one. You just turn that into like a small little cloak or thing that we could put over you, or even just wear the amulet. I have my amulet that you can wear.
And she goes over and she
Why are you
gets,
trying to dress up feisty?
she gets up and she shakes out.
Is it necessary?
It's extremely pompous up there.
Well, tell
And,
them to go suck themselves. I ain't wearing anything more than this.
She comes over to you and she's just, she's like, she's actually wearing a very hard to see necklace around her neck, and if she's telling you to basically turn the little dial on the front part.
Oh, that's so pretty.
You turn it, and it's just almost like her fur just whoops, and she's kind of wearing a very elegant halter top.
Huh. Well, that solves that problem.
And she looks fancy as fuck.
Definitely the fanciest. Did the lady give that to you?
Of course you did. You didn't ask.
I didn't know.
You didn't get a translation either.
Yeah.
Me and Osling still have the clothes we wore to the wedding, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
We could easily just change into that.
Yeah. Should be appropriate.
Because it's literally representative of our tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a formal event, yeah.
Yeah.
You could probably
Whatever weapons and such that you might have on you, don't take with you.
Osling looks over. You want to fight me for it?
Do you want to end up as a crater in the ground? Because they will do that to you up there.
You went up there arms and you're not a crater?
I went up there without my arms. I didn't have anything with me other than just what I was wearing in feisty.
She looks over at you. How? She speaks in Sylvan. How did he remove his arms and go up there? He kind of...
Ha! That's funny.
Love it.
I'm thinking he was meaning he did not have his weapons.
If they must confiscate our weapons, then they must. Mongo has already informed us about some bullshit that he's dealing with.
Osling looks over. As far as I'm concerned, weapons are my culture.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Osling's gone full Mando.
Centaurs, man.
Worst case scenario, I'll put all my gear in my bag of holding. Sure, why not?
So you guys are heading up to the courts, essentially, to get things taken care of.
Yep.
We're going to go ahead and move ahead.
Okay.
Guys, find your way up there. You and Osling are probably well aware on a different plane of existence right now, having to deal with the situation and the various ways of travel. You get up there, and you usually walk through, and they don't even bat an eye at you guys. And if you guys want, you can do perception to see how people are seeing you.
Finally.
Was it higher than a 2?
Yes, it was.
It was a 3.
A 3.5. You would be able to roll that.
You could.
22.
22?
11. I just have an annoyed look on my face.
24.
24?
19.
Okay. Yeah, some people are giving you like a sideways glance, and if you look like offended, like who let them up here and whatnot. But as he mentioned, it is pristine up here. You can see exotic trees. You can actually see some fae that are up inside of the trees at their own homes and things like that. And buildings are much more immaculate up here. But you do see one pub up here. And you do see the upper part of the library that heads down, and there are guards at that upper part as well. So if anybody comes up, they obviously can't exit out into the upper without permission. And and someone comes up to you, and they look at you, and it's this goblin, and they're wearing like this almost offensively looking suit, and it's almost like the Renaissance period French look.
Ah, so extremely gaudy for its time.
Yeah. And the goblin thinks they look great. And they just look at you.
Just
Scabbard.
awkwardly staring, trying to understand what I'm looking at.
And they even have like their pinks painted rosy color, but too vibrant for their skin tone, which is like this off blue color.
Oh yeah, definitely just awkwardly staring like.
Scabbard. Is this your entourage?
Sorry,
Your servants?
no, we are all family here. As weird as it sounds, trust me, it makes a lot more sense if we were to tell the full story, but we do not have time for that.
Prolific father. Right. Okay, follow me.
What is it?
We are here for that meeting with the
Cayenne.
court.
Cayenne is high stepping and glaring daggers into the back of Scab's head.
So is Osling. And you see Osling actually pull out her blade, and you see her moving closer to Scav at like neck level with this thing to line it up. She pauses and looks over.
I'm just gonna basically point out like all the guards that are in the area with my eyeballs completely silent.
She looks around, and a few of the guards have already spotted her with the blade drawn and have their hands on her weapons, and she just puts it back in her sleeve. But you head into this large oval type of shaped building with these pillars of that stand tall and proud, and immaculate marble that has to be imported to this area, and these floors that you can see reflections in, and etched with between each segment is like silver or gold. You can't tell, possibly mithril. And you have to go up 2 sets of stairs to go in, and you're in like the central round area, and then it goes off into directions down massive hallways, and this half giant just walks past you and looks over at you guys and kind of tips his hat, and you realize it's a rather pompous mage.
Tip my hat right back to him.
Bow.
And you see a hamster running after him, and they're just complaining under their breath, like, "Did you wait for me? You walk so fast, and I have to keep up, and then I." And these butterflies are fluttering past that hamster, and very much a druid. And you're just in this central meeting area of various things, and there's signage that leads off into different directions for.
Take a good look around the area and see what I can spot.
So what exactly are we doing here?
Well, we're here to announce ourselves to the realm, I believe is what it was called. Basically, we're saying that, hey, this is who we are.
Oh yeah,
We're
claim our
the-
family heritages and stuff.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You hear something next to you, and you feel a familiar little hand. And as you look down, as you're talking to Scab, none of you are aware of this. You see Kippa there, and she offers a piece of fruit to you. And she just points to them, and she's like, "It's funny."
I'm just gonna pick her up quietly and give her a hug.
And she just lets out a small squeak.
We hear this squeak.
It catches you off guard, and you turn around, and you see Kippa being hugged by Cayenne.
Kippa!
And she's dressed beautifully, like immaculate, with gold in her robes and the symbol of the royal family. And her fur is super soft.
Hey, what colors are fur? I don't remember you ever saying.
I remember if she's kind of like a blue color.
Yeah, I was thinking
Think
like
she's
like
aquamarine or something like that.
seafoam blue.
Yeah.
I think I have it in the notes.
And she looks over, Scabbard, and she comes over and hugs you.
Oh, it is returned in full. Just the biggest of
And
squeeze.
she's like gentle.
Of course. Turquoise?
I see that you don't understand any of this at all still.
Still
And
learning.
she pulls out a handkerchief and she wipes some mud from you.
I thought I was clean well enough. I'm terribly sorry.
She's like,
Let's just
Right.
say the last few days have not been kind to us.
She looks over at the rest of the group. They're all clean.
Thank you for noticing. It's good to see you again.
Mongo. Cayenne. Osling. Osling's like, just looking at her like, she's so fuzzy. It always catches Osling like, she's so
I'd be
fuzzy.
sharing the fruit that Kippa gave me with Osling.
Oh, it's a delicious piece of fruit, and it's kind of funny as you guys pass it back and forth. And that time that you pass it back to, like, she passes it back to you, the small bites that she's taken from it have regenerated, and it's like biting into a peach that is super, super ripe. That really nice sweetness and juiciness to it,
It's a forever peach.
and she looks over and she's like, that peach will keep regenerating for 24 hours. And
Jesus.
some druids been working on those to help with some food issues in those more restrained areas.
That's really cool.
Really clever.
That's fucking brilliant.
It just requires them to work with wizards, and the talks can get rather hostile.
Yeah.
It's good to see that you're okay. Sir Muir said that your travels were relatively safe.
Yes, perfectly safe, and you've all been declared already. I had to deal with that matter, and as soon as possible. Oh, family business. Wow, your family has a lot of loose ends that I've been having to work on.
Yeah, there's a lot we've been learning about as well that we didn't know.
Queens and kings, and I have already actually taken the privilege upon myself to appoint speakers for each of your royal families.
What?
You should update your last name. People will ask a lot of questions about it.
Yeah, we barely learned
Oh
about
yeah,
that.
I forgot about that. Oh yeah.
Cayenne, Osling, I appointed a druid to speak for you, also a centaur. It was hard to track down someone that was willing to take the job, but we managed to get it taken care of. They're all present within their own meetings right now, but you're free to speak to them when they're available.
Okay.
They've all been officiated by me to handle the matters of your families.
I'm gonna laugh if the one that's appointed for Cayenne and Osling is basically a munchkin.
A munchkin centaur.
A runt.
A Shetland.
There's a lot to speak about and go over. Bongo, your family, I found a tabaxi that was willing to take the job. A lot of tabaxis actually wouldn't take the job because they didn't want to have to deal with your father's legacy.
That tracks.
But I did find one, and they're familiar, and I'm having to deal with the fallout of that.
I'm sorry, another familiar tabaxi.
She's like,
Oh, fuck,
And-
this coin here.
and this beautiful elf is standing with Kippa, and it's very much obviously her assistant.
Mhm.
And they kind of look like they want to say something. And Kippa's like, speak. And the elf is like, have you heard of coin?
Have we heard of coin? We have
We've
stories
crossed
that
paths
we
a few
can share.
times.
She is the speaker for your house.
You
How's
you heard the loudest horse laugh ever.
Give Mongol a pat on the back. Just- Yep.
Is she still calling me Mango?
Oh, I would have absolutely no doubt that she is, brother. But you know what? It's only appropriate that it be her. Would you have accepted any less? She is perfect for it.
I'm not sure what color he'd be turning if he didn't have fur.
Kippa,
All
Make you
of
change
them.
all kinds of colors.
Kippa looks over to you, Nikolai. We managed to find someone to speak for your house as well.
Okay.
Moon mice are uncommon, but a gnome was more than happy to take the job.
Shock.
Okay.
So they're handling your affairs. Of course, you have last say. You will be receiving mail at regular intervals as to correspond the course of action for things.
So, do we have enough time to have some time with these people? Because they know more than we do. Or at least more than I know.
It certainly
Why does it
seems
seem like
that
everyone fucking knows more
there's a
about
lot
what's
that
going on
we
than do?
still don't know.
They've
That are
all
still
been
there.
having to have crash courses in your family's current affairs and histories, much like you will get the Cliff Notes version, essentially. They've had to go through all of the books and scrolls.
Speaking of which, one of the reasons why we were heading here was to learn more about all that. I don't suppose that is easily accessible once we've dealt with everything.
It's complicated.
Yes, it should be.
Your families were very prolific adventurers and helpers within the realm more than other people. They have a lot of strings that I was not aware of before I was married into this mess.
Kippa.
Get off the keyboard.
Is she still wearing her brooch? That I made for
Yes.
Kippa. It's not our family. It's not just our families. It's your family too.
You are a member of this
I
family.
point
I
to her
remember,
brooch.
you married in.
Yes, and the apothecaries are constantly asking me questions every time I sneeze or feel sick in the morning.
Sick in the morning. Are you okay? Are you feeling okay?
I'm fine. Poor Scab is like, oh no.
How long have you been feeling sick in the morning? And how frequent is this?
Your affairs are all in order. There are rather interesting questions that I have regarding your family as well that I'm trying to get answered.
If you find out, could you let us know?
Yes, please.
There's a lot that we would like to know, and there's also some that I may have to share.
The details are not to be shared in public. They're
Of
to be
course.
shared behind closed magical doors where I can speak freely. The information that I've provided here is general knowledge. But there are eyes and ears everywhere. There are details that you may want to go speak to the broker about and pay the coin to speak to said broker and get the information. The broker is rather eccentric, to say the least.
I mean, so far every information broker we've met has been eccentric to an extent.
Go to the underground, speak to the broker. Good luck. I refuse to speak to that asshole ever again.
Hey,
And the elf looks over.
Comfortable.
Right, language.
Really, Cat?
yeah, he did that on it. And now he's kicking you.
Sparta's like, I live here now. I live
Really,
here now.
Cat?
Good Sparta. He's comfy and he's enjoying the company.
Well, he's going to randomly chat to
A chat.
Twitch right now. He's all over my
Meow,
chair.
meow, meow,
The
meow.
keyboard.
Saying it's good to see all of you. That you're all alive and intact. How are you finding the city so far?
Pretty cool.
Large.
It's not.
I got to take you to my
Airships
father's
are
house.
terrible.
I don't have time right now. I have a lot of matters to attend to, and I managed to fit this into my day.
Still, it's got to happen.
At some point it will.
It's cool. You'll be as tall as Ace. Or Ace will be as short as you. It's crazy.
Wouldn't it be we'll all be the same height in comparison to yourself?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or is it, well, pocket dimension, so size is kind of relative.
She looks over you. You don't have to dress fancy. Just dress okay. Be comfortable. People usually assume the worst of centaurs as far as formal wear. There's only one centaur that I know of that dresses fancy. Two, actually.
All down for centaur work.
It'd be like one of those old English dresses that poof out.
In which case, would you even be able to tell that they're a centaur?
No.
That's actually true. Big old butt.
You know what kind of gown I'm
Back
talking
end of
about?
the gown.
The one that takes 4 hours
The
to get
bustle
into.
dresses
Yeah.
where you're wearing 7 layers of clothes and your waist is drawn in as small as you can get it, usually about the size of a jar for mayonnaise or honey.
Yep.
And you're expected to stay that size even after having children.
Yep.
Fucking barbarian.
That the logistics behind that don't make sense. But okay. Well,
Can I do anything for you? Help you with anything?
I just want to get this meeting over with so I can go back to not being around people for the time being.
This is the meeting. We can go get a couple of drinks at the pub up here.
Sounds good to me.
Sit down, drink, be a little bit merry.
why not? We can share stories of our travels.
And the elf is like, okay.
What's your name?
Syl, I am the lady's assistant.
It's nice to meet you, Sil.
You too. And she's a high elf. She's very much a noble and expected to do everything that the lady doesn't want to do.
She gets Kippa's bitch work.
Oh, yeah.
I ain't doing this.
She's only one part of Kippa's staff.
Oh, damn.
Shit rolls downhill.
Hi.
So you head to the tavern, which is Left's Pub.
Left's
Left. L-E-F.
Left's pub. Pub or yeah, pub, right?
Do you not know how to spell pub there, buddy?
I think I'm having an aneurysm or a
My
stroke.
bad spelling contagious?
So, Left's Pub is a little bit on a perch. And it's open on all sides, and there's a stage in the middle for the bards to perform on. Either side is like the bar area, but there's no unlike an actual like tavern. This is just a pub, and it swoops down. And you can see bird cages, but they're open on all sides, filled with like bird seed that is constantly falling out, twigs, old parchment that's been discarded, and things like that.
It's cool.
And there's vines growing up, and nobles are coming and going from here. There's a few people like you catch a hearing of some of them like, oh, we just had a drink at a pub. We're mingling with the commoners.
Wow.
Right.
Kippa's like, don't mind them. They don't understand how the world works.
Clearly.
That's why they have to go down to the mid and actually do any shopping in the market. It's humbling.
Hmm.
It's a
Interesting.
good experience for me.
So you head in, and you're greeted by Lef, and he's an older, retired Asmir. And yeah, and he's long past his adventuring days, but you can tell that he used to adventure and work out quite a bit, but now he's just running a pub. And yeah, he has golden locks and just absolutely beautiful, and the scars that he does have actually makes him look more pretty, more angelic. It's kind of unsettling how beautiful he is.
Azamar that's battle worn, but still looks angelic in nature.
The
Yeah.
scars actually added to his charisma.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And he dresses in like a loose robe and clothes, and he sees you guys come up, and he's like, 2 centaurs, a munchkin tabaxi, moonfolk, and a gemstone kobold walk into a pub. I mean, I'm missing a joke there.
There's no joke.
Don't forget the fuzzy cobalt too.
She's normal. And she just goes and takes a seat at the long table that's on one of the sides.
Go ahead and follow in suit. So you must be left.
It's the only.
The only. There's no other person named left in this all existence.
Copyrighted the name.
Gotcha.
And asked other ones to change their name.
That's great. I like you already. Scabbard of Essencrest.
Ah, a noble that announces himself. How original.
I like this.
I'm
guy.
still learning, to be honest.
Learn to be less formal and more joyous.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now that
I
I
don't
can
know
get
if he
behind.
can learn how to do that. He's our resident brooder.
Hey! I
Yeah.
can be fun when I want to be.
Mister goes to try to brood on a ledge, finds out it's a golem, and gets slung around like a sack of potatoes.
I was trying to get a better view of the place. It was.
He likes to brood in elevation.
Yeah. Apparently our parents left us all kinds of titles. He's the first one to find out he's a king.
Oh, king.
Truthfully, it's still very odd to me.
Lef is like, well, let me greet you, and he like tips his hat by flipping him off.
You know what? That's fair.
He's like, everybody, those on the stage, please stop and give a round of applause to King Scabbard of Essencrest.
Totally do
Don't have to do that.
People call him so asshole.
And a bard's like, oh, a king. As small as he is he the little shit that gets left in the bottom of the toilet?
it. Damn.
Wow.
And Kippa's just up there, and she's loving on Feisty, and they're just kind of talking back and forth.
Well
And,
then.
I had a question.
she looks over, and Feisty's just like almost on top of her.
I don't know if you've seen one in your travels, you may have, from your homeland, but the archdruidess from the Druid Circle here in the city, I asked her what her favorite creature was. I think I only want to see maybe a drawing of one, but she called it a dragon bear.
And Kippa just freezes for a moment. One of those was actually hunted down by all the village safety measures, and because they wiped out an entire village. They're rather large, angry, toothy.
It sounds like a horrifying thing.
She
Horrifying? Horrifying is an understatement.
So the druidess said it was like if a dragon and an owlbear had a love child.
No, that's
Oh,
that's
for
my
fuck's
response to that.
sake.
Just no.
I think she said it was what, 20 feet long?
When they brought in what was left of the corpse after several explosions, I would assume that's how big it was. It fed the village for quite a while, though.
I would be interested in learning more about them, but I don't think I ever want to encounter one.
When you get back to town, you can ask my father about it, because he was involved in that endeavor.
Good
I
lord.
think I will.
They're highly territorial, and they only get together to procreate. And usually there's a lot of blood, and avoiding the whole matter.
Please tell me that their courting ritual is like a more violent, angry version of the toothless dance.
That's immediately what I was thinking. Like just a little chuckle as I sat up.
You see, like the bird that was waving its neck like really far. You just hear screeching, but you see the hopping of the body. It's like the
Oh my
weirdest
god.
thing ever.
It's like a Cleon and a Toothless dance mixed together.
Oh god.
An aggressive toothless dance.
It's definitely a change of pace from the midtown section of the city.
She's like, yeah. And someone comes over and immediately starts setting out various drinks at the table. And you see this very slender, pure silver tiefling. And what, you can do a perception on her.
Jeez.
Natural 20.
I'll take that 18.
Modified 11.
Modified 11.
Just modified up or down.
I don't know if that was the first 20 I rolled with this die or not.
It is the first one.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
In game, that matters.
Yeah, you're looking at this tiefling,
Perception game.
and
25.
at first glance, you're just like, oh, this is amazing. From like just around her entire face and her entire body, from what you can see of it, is tattooed. But you pick up though that it's actually scarification that's been tattooed along her entire body,
Oh, neat.
That's really cool.
and her face is mostly untouched except for a single lip ring. And she has various earrings that are dangling and making almost like wind chime types of noise. And she has no horns at all, and she has very tiny little petite wings. And she just wears just enough to comply with the actual dress code. But she actually has the start of, despite not having horns, she actually has the start of the familiar halo of older tieflings, and hers is almost like a floating liquid silver. And her eyes are just deep dark black, like Vanta black.
I'm gonna get Osling's attention to look.
And Osling looks over and she's just like, she pauses as she's staring over. And you're just looking at her up close because she's like right next to you as she sets down various mixed drinks onto the table.
I'm just staring extremely confused. It's just like, forgive me if I stare, but I've never seen a tiefling silver before.
And she just looks at you. First time?
Yes, actually.
Huh. I've seen a lot of your shiny, sorry asses around here.
That's fair.
All of them. Just when I think one could be more of an asshole, there's another.
Oh, you haven't met this guy yet.
You gonna break the record?
This is asshole.
She looks over. I heard from the roaring ovation from my husband. And Kip looks over. Clue, what are the drinks? And she's like, oh, he took the opportunity to make you each a custom drink akin to whatever you are and whatever you felt about you. Per usual.
He can't have alcohol.
There are some that that quite literally will kill me.
She sets your drink down in front of you. That's why you got chalky milk.
You know what?
And she turns and heads off.
Unironically, thank you.
And with that, everybody, we're going to go ahead and take our break, get some food, and then we'll get back to this.
That's hilarious.
We're going to go...
No, you just get chalky milk.
I'm pretty sure you both want to go talk to her. So we're going to go ahead and take our 30-minute break, come back and jump back into this. Scabber could enjoy his chalky milk.
Oh, it's gonna be drank and enjoyed because chalky milk's great. Who doesn't love chocolate milk?
All right, we're going to take our 30-minute break. We'll be back. let's jump right back into this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're back from our break, and we're going to go ahead and jump right back into this. So, we're at the long table at Left's Tavern, and you just got served chalky milk. It's in a nice glass, a little bit frothy on the top.
Unironically, Skyford's happy as hell.
And you got something that is actually rather nice looking. It's almost like a Kahlua type of mint drink, actually.
Try that.
It's kind of like you get the milky flavor to it. You get a little bit of the alcohol, not much, but then it follows up with a mint. But you realize it's not mint; it's catnip.
Oh,
Catnip
boy.
And it is fresh.
Hell yeah.
You get a really lovely drink that's very fruity in nature, but then you get the last note of it, and it is just a tinge of espresso.
I was going to say, hopefully it's coffee because he was up all night apparently.
Cayenne and Osling, you get apple flavored drinks. They're like apple styled Long Island iced teas.
A wicked apple tea.
Yeah, that works. And Kippa is over there rocking a virgin drink because Lef refuses to actually give her a proper drink.
There's got to be a story behind that.
So you're gonna go talk to Clue?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, she's actually heating over at the other. So there's this bar where Lef is, and then there's the other bar, and she's at the other bar. And she's just kind of cleaning the tabletop, and there's a couple of kobolds that are off on the far corner at a smaller table that are kind of like, that classic. Fuck.
Bless you.
Bless.
Businessman style type of thing. They're getting drunk, they're being a little bit of boisterous. Just, letting shit fly, essentially. And Osling, she just kind of, she's like, I'll stay with the drinks. And she just got it both ends and just...
I'd basically just, in a way, let her know I'll be right back.
Yeah. So yeah, she's there for you to talk to.
I would very politely try to get her attention to say hello.
Yeah, she looks over and she's like, oh, Cayenne.
Yes. God, it's odd people know my name before I can introduce myself.
It's kind of rude, sorry. Reverse that, and you are...
My name's Cayenne.
I'm Clue.
It's nice to meet you, Clue. I haven't seen a tiefling like you before. I just wanted to compliment your markings. I thought they were very interesting.
Thank you very much. I am a one of a kind. There is a story there, but not many people want to actually hear the story. Lef has heard the entire story.
I'd be willing to listen.
She just sits on the actual countertop and gets comfy. She's like, my father was one of the infernal lords, and he refused to take a mate, but he wanted a child, so he struck up a bargain with the djinn and had his sword created into a daughter. Here I am.
Explains the sharp wit.
And then he tried to keep me as a trophy, and Left saw the opportunity, and we proceeded to kill him in his home in the Nine Hells, and now I'm free.
As we're running around in the Nine Hills. Alrighty.
Well, that's
Who
good.
started life as a sword?
I'm glad that you were free.
Me too. I get to see this wonderful material plane as well as other material planes when me and Left travel to find new and exotic recipes for the tavern. And yourself?
I'm here for business,
character to play.
but
Just
we,
travels
ca- we
recipes.
came here with my sister-in-law to enjoy this place.
Well, the after parties, once it gets dark here, get rather rambunctious. We've been graced by a coin dropping in and bringing her entourage of other bards. It's been very lucrative, to say the least.
Oh, I know Coin. She's a lot of fun. She has one of the biggest, warmest hearts.
She really does, and she tips so well, and she has some of the most wittiest and darkest jokes that you can ever find.
And I love her for that.
So, your nobility.
Apparently, I don't understand it myself. From what I have been shown and what I have been told, my mother was not too keen on it either.
It seems to be a centaur type of thing of not wanting nobility, although there is one centaur that runs around that does want nobility, and it's like a donkey in a china shop.
I will say that shops are a little hard to navigate sometimes when they're not accommodated to my species.
Many of the shops here, and Casil, if you ask the shopkeeper, there's often enchantments in place that can actually widen the aisles so it's a lot easier for you to navigate.
That is amazing.
And they're very accommodating for all species of shapes and sizes here, as they understand the restrictions that could be imposed. It's the only thing they haven't been able to actually accommodate are giants.
That is understandable.
And she just kind of looks over at you and she's like, "Good to see you."
It's good to see you.
So you have any plans in town to blow off any steam?
Not really. We mainly were summoned here, all of us, for business.
Have you met, I forget your name, the centaur that runs the barn down in the lower?
Yes, I have. I have met her. She kind of was right behind me. I didn't like that too much, so I kind of kicked at her as a warning. I didn't hurt her. She didn't hurt me, and she thought about flipping me.
You guys could talk amongst yourself at the table.
I have questions for Kendall.
Okay. She's a very interesting individual, and once you get to know her and her history,
So, Coin's your
it's
speaker.
she's special.
I would definitely love to learn more about her plan.
Do you think she refers to you as Mango?
I've only met a few
in the
centaurs, and I've
meetings?
only seen a few visions of what things were
Only
like
she
or
calls me
possibly
that.
still are like.
Not even you.
But
Okay, maybe.
Okay,
I only
Mango.
know how to be a centaur that's ever lived in a city.
Look,
See,
it's
we
only
just did.
fair.
On the
Like
If I'm
weekends,
Sir Asshole, you are Mango.
she has a axe throwing group.
I stopped.
She likes to keep her abilities rather sharp.
I would think that she is a professional in professional situations.
That checks.
Ask her about her history and what she used to do. You'll be quite impressed and quite probably fall in love with her.
She's in town, though. We're not going to speak to her. We did say we'd share all the
Your
stories.
sister, I'm assuming, because she looks just like you,
Can you tell us
Yes.
seems a bit like a fish out of water.
a person that
She does not
affected the
do
Constitution?
people.
They work.
Dealer.
She
your sister.
had a
It
very
wasn't a call state. It's just a
messed up
conversation.
past.
Very pointy.
We were supposed to go
conversation.
to the same orphanage together,
Sounds
but
like
she
it
was
to me,
left
brother.
behind.
Mm.
Apparently, our parents were
was just
trying to
trying to make
leave
a
in a
point.
hurry and trying to take us kids elsewhere,
And
You are.
and she was
Too
left
polite,
behind
Lucy.
in a hurry or forgotten.
That's unfortunate.
You
At
did
some
remember
point in
what I
her life,
said,
she was
right. That's not very
she was sold as a workhorse by dwarves. So she's very much
You know
so
what they say.
not comfortable around
The
crowds
wrath
and
of
things of
combat
that nature.
Is the only thing I hate to deal with more than gemstone coneballs are noble dwarves.
I can only imagine how annoying that is.
Constant downspeaking,
Was he the
wanting
wand
the
guy?
best in class. It's quite annoyance.
like
The
an
only
annoying
thing
fucker.
that I found annoying about dwarves so far is when they get shit-faced
talking
and think
about
it is appropriate
old
to
lady with- he's
slap
talking about
me
the
or any centaur I'm with
And I
on
said,
the
what is he
rump.
going to do? Glitter wand him?
From what I understand, that's actually a joke amongst noble or higher up
I
dwarves
imagine
or
it's
dwarves
pretty
of the
hard to breathe
empire
when your throat is
culture
so
where
split.
Yeah, that would suck.
they falsely mingle with other species as an in-joke. At one point, the one noble dwarf tried to actually rent out Left's pub and have their own bartender. That didn't end well.
I mean,
I can only imagine.
well,
Let's just say
you need to
Left
look at this-
pulled
this
out
one.
his weapons and proceeded to wipe the floor with all of them.
Nice.
One of them is still missing an eye from me.
Good look at this one.
So Kip is at the table with you as you continue to do a small chat with her.
Kibba. What's the name of the speaker you selected for me?
Prism.
Prism. Okay.
She's a kinku.
Okay. I thought you said she was
A gnome.
a gnome.
Oh, yeah, she's a gnome. Prism, yeah, she's a gnome. Sorry, I was thinking of something completely different.
So a gnome named Prism. That's interesting.
She's a magic tech gnome. She works with the wizards well, she did work with the wizards. That's now a side job as she's full-time working for you.
Okay. Alrighty. And how much is that going to cost?
It's complicated, Nikolai. It's things above your pay grade. Your families actually have a substantial backing that each of your families has a substantial backing that allows this sort of thing to just happen. I've had to renew contracts, I've had to renew paths and deals and things like that, and restart things that were happening before that allow the gears to be in motion as far as money coming in, money going out, and those sort of things.
Oh,
There's a lot more to this than 30
As you can't be present, but due to your adventuring nature, which I was very forefront about because you're members of the Obscura, it's been officially titled that you're members of the Obscura. Unfortunately, we can't change that aspect.
oh, okay.
So you have to, those responsibilities now fall on you. However, I've put people in place to can handle all of that. Thank God I don't have to handle it all on my own.
So big targets on our backs now.
Any noble has a large target on their back. It just depends how many enemies you have.
Enemies, allies, secrets upon secrets. What don't we know?
A lot.
Humphrey speaks up. The fact that your parents created the entire continent that they roll.
Okay, that.
One more time?
I'm looking around to make sure, like, no one is listening in on this.
Yeah, perception. You're like, wait, what?
Oh god, did they use that fucking spell and drop a fucking mountain and now it's just
17.
17?
Now it's just there.
yeah, just drop a few continents and like, alright, fuck you, let's go now.
Drop a few
It's
mountains.
rather desolate here except for the people off in the corner. It's later in the afternoon. The party rush hasn't come in yet.
I want to take a look around. Because me, just assuming that since this is in an upper echelon of a city where nobles come in and out, that maybe every fucking booth is warded in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
I want to take a look and see if I can see anything that
Tinkering.
identifies that.
Humphrey just drops that bit of information, and Oslin looks over. What?
Probably
Yeah,
don't see much.
that's my reaction too, Oslin.
She just looks at the drink and that she's half drinking already, and she's like,
Humphrey, perhaps this is not the best place to speak about such
That's
things.
a 12.
You're gonna
12?
have to elaborate on that later.
there are awards on the table itself, essentially.
Oh, okay.
Don't,
Kip was
don't,
like, well, that's news to me as well. I didn't know that one.
yeah, that's
Remember.
more of like a
These rooms we
need to know within secrecy.
He's asking me what the rooms and the table mean, so I guess I'm gonna look at those.
Are you as clueless?
Maybe. 17.
Hey,
17?
not as clueless.
Yeah, there are definitely magical awards on this table and the seats and everything like that. Do you eventually head back over to the group? You get back to the group
So
as
the
Kip
words?
was like, so, let me get this straight briefly before
This
we
place is
do it in
lonesome.
private.
It might be quite. I don't know.
Your parents, you already had an established kingdom, but they've made an entire continent based off of that? And you walk right in on that.
That's what the hat said.
Humphrey, his name is Humphrey. Be kind,
Yes.
or he won't be.
Yeah.
Humphrey's like, your parents were prolific, and when they work together, they can do amazing things. They wanted more land, so they just made it.
I don't suppose you know how.
We don't need to know that now. I'm still
curious.
trying to process.
Oslin
The
looks over
what?
at you, and she's like, our parents helped make more land.
That's fascinating. I want to know.
I need another drink.
Oy. Okay.
And
Right,
whoever
then.
was after them knows that we're now around. We're gonna die.
Kip was like, nah, you won't die.
Our parents were running for their lives from someone, and apparently they can make land, and we're not going to die.
Kip was like, you have Mongo with you. You have and Scabbard. You have dumb luck on your side, and it's doubled up between both of them.
Look, she does got a point. I was lucky enough to find her.
And you have Cayenne and Oslin that can basically stare down a Banshee and make them think twice.
Okay, that part I'll agree to, but some of it's not all of it.
And you have Feisty that
Oh.
can be murderously adorable.
Okay, that's fair. That is absolutely
That's
true.
kind of not good.
Did you broke
It just snapped
What
off.
did you do?
He broke his keyboard.
So-
the S key popped off.
You have talk with Kippa, small talk, catching up on things, little details here and there. And eventually she has to go back to her actual work. And you're free to go back about your business. where will you head off to?
Probably would want to go speak to the in the Underdark for information.
Okay. Do you mention that to your siblings?
Yeah.
Information broker.
But don't we have to
Yeah.
sign a bunch of papers? You know,
Kip has already handled all that.
Actually took care of all that for us. Which, extremely grateful for, but also, like, she needs a break.
As you head outside of the tavern, you see guards basically doing a march through the area. There's 6 of them. And some of you probably get chilled to the bone as they're being led by one of the generals, essentially, of the city. And it's a very large centaur. The lower half is essentially a Clydesdale. And
big horsey man.
and you, from what fur you can see, it's jet black and stark white, almost albino upper body, from what you can see. But he is decorated in full plate mail from head to toe, fully armored. And along his actual body, you can see a lot of different weapons and a few shields. And he's just got this large spear resting over his shoulders.
All right. Like bigger than Gunnar?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Do you go and approach him?
I'd basically be casually walking in his direction, but not outwardly approached since he is, working.
Yeah.
Respectfully keeping my distance.
Yeah, there's a full entourage of literally royal guards, and 2 of them are actual battle mages.
Yeah, it's more or less just to see a closer look.
You get a bit closer and you're looking at him, and you can see that he has a few scars across his face from a previous conflict that just doesn't do him any favors. He's still good, but it's just not, like, great. And you look at him and his eyes are almost a brown, but in fact they're actually almost like a dark amber color on the verge of being brown. But he has a graying, like, goatee type of beard, but in that beard he has various beads and things like that of his own culture. And let's see if he notices you. Oh, he definitely notices you. Whoa.
Of course, he's a captain.
Yeah, he turns and he pauses and he brings that spear down and it hits the ground. And you can feel the vibration echo through the ground, and all the guards stop and immediately move into like a battle position. And he brings his hand up and they all kind of go at ease. And he looks over at you and he's like, And he walks over to you and he looks straight down at you.
Looking right up.
And it's like even his underside is protected by full plate mail. You're not able to see an in section as to where to harm this guy. His blades are bigger than most of you.
Kippa hasn't left yet.
Oh no, she's headed off in the wrong direction.
I wanted to ask her when I could speak with Prism. I want to spend some time with.
Oh, yeah, she said
so
she could
that
set
I
up a
can-
meeting with her for you.
Okay.
I assume Sir Mir is the speaker for Kippa and I.
Kippa is the speaker for you guys, since
Yeah,
she's your
Doofus.
wife. Sarah Mira is her protector.
Cayenne and Osling probably would have wanted to size up who's speaking for us.
Yeah. And you're looking up at this massive centaur, and he looks down at you and he's like, present your names, houses.
I am Cayenne of the Stormhoof clan.
Looks over to Oslin. Oslin's like, Oslin, same. Yeah. Don't kill me. And if you must, make it glorious as you can. Right. And he's like, and he just smiles. He's like, oh, it's fucking great to see two fucking centaurs courting around this place and showing these motherfucking nobles what it's all about. None of you repeat what I just said. I have to keep an image.
Of course.
I like you.
He's like, greetings, I'm Troyus. I'm one of the generals.
Did you say Troyus?
Yeah.
Of course.
The Trojan horse.
I didn't even think of that until now, but yeah. He's like, you're nobles. It's glorious.
Yeah, we kind of just found out about all of that.
He's like, I'll buy you a drink later. I have to get on to my duties.
Understandable.
Good to see you.
I appreciate you, and thank you for taking the time to speak with us.
I want to speak to you more. Have drinks. I've been. Maybe we can get. Let me grab her name real quick. Where did the fucking name go? Maybe we can get Elgrish up here and we can all have a drink together. I've got a cask of 420-year-old dwarven ale we can break open and just have a good time.
That would be fun.
That's a very old cask of ale.
And that
Four
would be
centaurs getting drunk off their ass together.
That would be safe for Scab to drink.
Yeah.
I think that would be actually, yeah. That's
He leans in and he's, as best as he can, he's like, it's of our kin. It's a very special brew.
Fuck. The last time Cayenne had a drink that was of their kind, she was done for after one drink.
It's the only ones that can rival dwarves in alcohol.
Centaurs.
I mean, when all the clans came together, even the gods disagreed with it because they were too powerful.
And to Cayenne, to all buddy, he may be as well be the eclipse of the sun. Where'd the sun go? Oh, it's behind the giant centaur that's basically an unmovable mountain.
It's behind the Trojan horse over there.
And he motions and they all fall back in line and they carry on their march. Oslin looks over. By the gods, he was massive.
I think he likes you too.
I think he's just excited to see other centaurs.
Probably.
Now you have the name of the centaur that runs the bar.
You said it was
Elgrish.
Elgrish?
Yeah.
Troyus, a general. Is there a spare keyboard?
Not for you, bud. Deal with it.
Oh well.
But you can still
You don't need to
So-
use the letter S very often, anyone.
Bro.
So you're headed down to the information broker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Might as
Let's
well all
go.
go.
This is gonna be fun.
I think Cayenne in the Underdark would mostly going into the Underdark, if they go to the market or anything, she'd be looking for signs of blood hunters and things like that.
They actually work among the people. They have their own guild place you can go to. Osling, though, stops off at the tavern and keeps all the familiars and pets there so that they don't have to go to the underground. A feisty ace, everybody.
Yeah, probably best for Christ to stay there.
How about we just move out of the tavern so we don't have to pay it anymore?
We can do that after this. It's already paid for the night, so.
Okay.
So you head to the lower, and eventually there's a way down to go to the underground, and you're gonna have to deal with the claustrophobia. And it's a freight elevator that kind of heads down. There's an actual pathway to go down, which I'm sure you're taking instead of the elevator, because fuck those infernal machines.
I can move
Yeah.
at a decent pace.
I'll go with her.
Okay. You're taking the elevator, I'm assuming.
Heck yeah.
What about you, Skev?
I'd probably go with him to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble.
Okay. And you get to the underground,
What do you
and
think I'm gonna do? Start taking the thing apart?
Dude,
there are buildings in the underground, and you see dark elves moving around, but they're not moon elves; they're actual dark elves, and a few Duergar as well, and dark gnomes, and there's also people of the normal culture down here as well, and it's this massive market area with the buildings surrounding it, essentially.
Gray market. So
And a gray cloak approaches the four of you, and she's actually wearing like a porcelain mask, and she's like, "The information broker is expecting you. Please follow me."
Oh.
As you've put out that you want to speak to him.
oh, okay. Well, that's interesting.
You think information goes unnoticed in this city?
No.
Good answer, because he would be disappointed. And there are guards down here as well that are... It's kind of like the flip where you saw Grey Cloaks interacting with guards.
Sophie.
Fuck, she broke that.
Yeah, she did.
Let's see, did I go too far? Nope, that's perfect, cool.
Good.
Where you see, in the upper side you saw Grey Cloaks and their guild place where they were interacting with the guards. It's the opposite down here. The guards have a building that says it's them, and they're interacting with the Grey Cloaks, and the Grey Cloaks are coming and going.
Making sure they're not doing some stuff that's too illegal.
Where the rules are being reinforced here, but to the Grey Cloak standard that's within the law, essentially. And yeah, you're guided through the market, and if you want, you can do investigations on the marketplace.
Definitely wanna look at stuff as we're going through.
Absolutely.
Or
Is that a 13 or an 18?
It was a 9.
A 9,
Hey, natural 20 for me.
natural 20,
Natural 20 for me.
19.
Sweet.
19.
got 19, 20, and 2 9s.
Yes, I think it is. Yeah, it is. It was so 19. Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically just keeping close to the group, and this guide to you not wanting to stand out. It's a marketplace. You've seen them before, and while there are more questionable things here, you're not seeing anything illegal that you would be angry at. A few guards are actually talking to a stall about some of the creatures they have that are much more exotic than anything you've ever seen. But all the documentation, they're looking over it, making sure it's in order and everything. Nikolai,
Yes.
you pass something that catches your interest that you'll have to come back later. It's a open tinkering workshop.
Oh.
It's not an actual building, it's just like a round table, and there's someone in the middle, and there's all these various parts and components
Wow,
essentially on the table, and other bunch of tinkers, they're just bartering for certain pieces and parts and whatnot and trading.
Excellent.
But you're led to the central building of this place, and there's a tower to it, and it is way too gaudy. And you're it's like golden, like pagoda style type of deal going on, and fancy tile, and it's well lit, and there's Grey Cloaks all roaming about, and there's exotic trees around it, and it's like this guy obviously likes being immaculate, and showing that he has the coin to be immaculate. And that you head inside, and there's double doors, and Grey Cloak guides you up to the double doors across the beautiful marble. If you want, you can do a nature. See if
It's
you
like
can.
its own kind of like
My
separate
nature
building.
is a 17.
17.
This is like its own like separate building,
It's inside, so there's like a courtyard and then the central inside building.
but separate from the rest of the buildings.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to investigate this place as we come up to it.
Go ahead. You're looking at the tile, and it's very rare stone that's been basically mage forged to be tiled to be walked on. You're like, oh, he's that kind of guy.
It'd be a 21.
21? What are you looking for specifically?
Architecture, wards, magic built into the building.
There is magic everywhere. There are wards everywhere, and there are activatable traps everywhere.
Also, maybe like looking at the building, and as we walk in, well, obviously there's something between these two places because there's no reason for this wall to be 5 feet thick.
Yeah.
Secret passages.
It's a very defendable place that you're not going to crack, and the only ones who could probably crack this is the city guard.
Yeah. Just investigate it. Just get an idea of what this place is in case something goes down.
And yeah, the Grey Cloaks, they exchange words, and thieves can't. And you're like, just go through the doors. He's waiting for you.
Go inside.
All right, head inside.
Go in.
You head inside, and it's a bit more dimly lit than there is outside. There's lanterns hanging that illuminate things, candles everywhere, book stacks everywhere, documents everywhere, scrolled and everything like that. But every time you try to look at something to catch the details of perhaps a book or a scroll, it's just slightly out of focus where you can't read it. That there's enchantments in this actual area where he can only read the documentation or permit someone to read something specific. And there's no Grey Cloaks present in here as they're told that a meeting is happening. And you head further inside to the large desk where there's an hourglass and various trinkets spread across it that seem rather rare. And you get to meet the broker. And there's this fancy chair not facing you, and it slowly turns around. There's a little steam coming out the back. And it's a beholder that's sitting in the chair. And he has a monocle for each eye, and he's looking at you guys, and this big giant toothy grin on his face. He's like,
Don't they have like an aura of fear?
he's not giving off an aura of fear.
All right.
And he looks straight at you, and he just, you can see like that drooling maw, and he just kind of lets out this hearty chuckle, and he's like, I want to talk to you. I know all about you. You're a druid. I want to talk about potted plants. What is your favorite plant?
What? I like orchids and irises.
Orchids and irises. And he just like rings this bell, and this Grey Cloak comes in. Find me out what an orchid is now. And then Grey Cloak just leaves like, okay.
Cayenne is confused.
And he's just looking around at all of you. He's like, the obscura right here. I have information, of course, but it's going to cost you coin, as that's how it works. And that big eye, central eye, is just focused on each of you, just darting between each of you. If you want, you can do animal handling there, bud. Your deal with Arcane.
Animal handling? Okay, I'll take that. Natural 20.
Natural 20? With the natural 20.
So confused.
Bloomtree has had you study about beholders, and you know exactly what you're looking at and deal with. He keeps going after the bindings. It's nothing else. The cables are safe. It's the bindings he's after.
It's the sound and the texture.
So, he's like,
Chitter. He's going back for more.
so yeah, you can look at D&D Beyond and information regarding the Beholder species. And, yeah. So, Children of the Obscura are before me. I am happy to see you. I've known you've been in the city. I've known your travels. How are you?
Confused, but happy?
Good, 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 good. So, he slides a scale over. Business. And he stops for a minute and he kind of focuses all of his eyes on you, Mungo. And he's just staring at you.
Is he staring at me or is he staring at Humphrey?
How paranoid are you right
A
now?
little bit.
Fuck, I don't remember that name. I will just, at the moment.
Is it, Humphrey's
Yeah.
beholder name?
Yeah,
I can send that to you.
thank you. He's looking straight at poor Mungo. All those eyes are focused on him, and he immediately just kind of looks back over at you guys for a moment, taking his gaze off Mungo, probably understanding that Mungo's about to shit himself. a moon mouse.
Yes. Have you met many moon mice?
A few, including your father, your mother.
Oh, you've met my parents. What information are you willing to share?
Slides the scale forward.
I don't have very much coin on me. I need to know what the information is worth.
It's regarding your family. I'm sure it's near priceless. I could even tell you the story of that damned hat of his. Oh, poor
That's a
Tom.
fun story. We already know that story.
Did you find the name there, Tom?
I did.
Cool.
It's just taking me a second to type out because the letters, I swear to God, don't belong together.
So, with coin, I will give you something. With coin, I could also assure your safety of the nobody else knowing your information that you're in the city and operating.
Is it safe to ask questions that are yes or no so we know what questions we can ask?
Perhaps.
Okay. Do you know my sibling's name?
And her status.
Says yes. Okay.
I have prepared for this moment to meet you as I had dealings with your parents.
That sounds about right.
Information's a very powerful thing.
So I have a sister. Thank you.
Yeah, it's Zach Helix. That's his name.
Gesundheit.
But he looks at you and he says that name directly at Humphrey. How are you, old friend? Still running in fear? And Humphrey pipes up. Blink your sorry ass out of existence after providing them information.
So that's how beholders tell each other to go fuck themselves.
So, what are you guys willing to divvy up for what information?
How much money do we have left?
Do I need to send that number?
You can
Probably.
just share it with us.
It's something that we kind of need to know for this situation.
But he looks over at you again, and you assume he's referring to Humphrey again. He's like, melting on the dunes' gentle oasis. The information that you asked my gray cloaks to retrieve.
Have you gotten that information already?
Oh, I've gotten plenty of that information already.
Well, finish with your business, and then we can idea how much this is all going to cost.
And he's looking at you, and he just kind of slides that scale in your direction.
How much?
Humphrey just kind of miffs a bit. And the eyes kind of look back up at Humphrey. Something to say, old man? And Humphrey's like, play fair. Don't exploit them because they're children. And the beholder looks around a little bit, like, and seems to be contemplating this, and 150 platinum for the information. Cayenne's like, just fucking do it.
I would say, do
Just
it.
do it.
How else are we going to protect your and
Yeah,
save
we
your
can't
sister?
deal with the organization if we know shit about them.
Exactly.
Plus, the more we know about them, the more useful it is for us, and the easier it would be for planning and such too.
Did you pay
Which
the
is exactly what we just said.
Did you pay the price?
I'm just doing some really quick math.
Okay.
150. Oh yeah, we're paying it.
Okay.
How much do we have?
That's really need to know information there, man.
You could just message them. Mungo, you might need a notepad though. And I think the hit list might actually grow a little bit more.
Think? Pretty damn sure it's going to.
Watch the same group that gave Scav the insider spy of Feisty.
Mongo, or as your close friend Coin likes to call you, Mango, which is a much more enjoyable name. Fruits are much more tangible.
God damn it!
That's
now
a
let me
fruit.
Fucking typing mango. Thank you.
And this Grey Cloak comes in and has the plant that you had mentioned in their hands in a pot, shaking slightly. And it turns all the eyes towards this Grey Cloak, and the Grey Cloak's like... And gets very close to this Grey Cloak, examining it with all the eyes kind of circling around. Like tentacles moving, examining this thing. Glorious specimen. Now give it to her as a gift. The Grey Cloak comes over to you and hands you the potted plant very gently.
I'll take the orchid. Like, I kind of want to hug the gray cloak and just see the reaction.
They're shaking in fear of their boss.
Has probably witnessed disintegration.
You alright there, Tom?
Yep, just sending.
Oh, the amount?
Yeah.
Making Tom cry is the easiest way possible. Say how much something costs in platinum.
At least it's not.
Mungo. There are a few stones here that will be turned over. One, the people that are responsible for your sister's current situation, is called the Crux.
I'm gonna need a brand new page for this.
And in turn, they have a thread connecting them to the possible fall of your parents.
Right, so they're currently named the Crux. Soon there will be a footnote in history.
And he just lets out this laugh, and some of the books shake in the room because it's this very loud, boisterous laugh. Probably a little terrifying coming from this giant meatball. Have you seen a beholder?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're kind of iconic for this.
And you said that they're partially responsible for the fall of our parents?
There's a string connecting them.
Hey, Tom, where'd you send it?
Send it to Nate.
Oh, kind of need to know that too.
I don't trust you with that information.
Shots
I
fired.
actually need to know
Wah, wah, wah.
so I know what questions to ask.
Ask questions, get the total, and then we'll figure it out.
Izzy Crux
It is her.
has done many devious things to your sister. Slightly admire them for their work.
Are you willing to share this information?
And he just
so
looks
I
at you.
know? Because I really need to know in order for me to answer the right questions.
They recovered her as she was lost and scattered to the wind. Turns his eyes towards you, Cayenne. Much like your sister, Osling. Send her regards. I hope she is doing well. And a beholder sends their regards.
That's the
And you're just
fastest
sitting
way
there
to
holding
get,
the potted
um,
plant. The orchid in your hands. They found her, they took her in, and, well, they found out how special she is, and they're just kind of milking that kitten for all they're worth. She knows nothing of your family, or your status, or who she is. And when she actually showed talent to be in a mage school, they made sure that wouldn't happen. When she tried to be a bard, they also made sure that wouldn't happen. And they constantly keep her in debt so that she can't leave her work for them.
Do you know how much debt she has?
Couldn't get that information.
Well, I'm sure once we end all their lives, the debt will go away.
Let me get you another bit of information that is important there.
That's worth 150 people. Or 150 Latin.
Not you too. Fuck off. Don't give me that.
That's a big number. Why didn't you platinum gold silver copper?
Because that's a lot of useless information.
No, it's not.
So,
Yes,
Mongo,
I'll explain how I did it later.
if you want to, you can travel to the continent of Prill and deal with them.
Sorry, was that krill or prill?
Prill.
Prill, okay.
Preal?
Hmm?
Preal?
Priel.
Oh.
Do you have any information you want to pay for?
I did, but I can't remember what it was.
Think about it. You got an opportunity here to ask questions and actually pay for information. So, Mongo, your sister's been robbed of all of her opportunities. I hope you repay the debt in blood.
And the name of the organization is Priel?
The continent is
Oh, the
Preal.
continent is Priel.
The name of the organization is the Crux.
As I'm-
Are you not listening?
I was busy
Sorry,
trying to get
I'm,
information, so no.
A little distracted trying to plan the fall of an organization. I'm just happy to be in the presence of somebody who actually understands that information is power. You have no idea how appreciated I am.
Really? I try to get information every time, and everybody's like, hey, you're spending too much time, let's just go.
The beholder switches his gaze to you and looks at you and kind of looking you over Cayenne. You're a lot like your mother in my presence. Although your father just constantly wanted to see how many eyes he can stab out of my head before I would retaliate.
And Mother told me that Dad said I need to watch my temper. Hope you heard that.
Mongo's off crying in the corner.
Tears of fucking rage. I'm about to take a little barbarian.
Wonder if Mongo would be petty enough to use their skulls for Skittles.
That's not being petty. That's turn their skull into a fucking mug and drink from it while you're talking to another one. It's a level of fucking intimidation.
Have anything?
I don't.
Can't think right now?
I can't think of anything right now.
Okay, it looks like you were just hit by the tired bug.
Yeah.
I know you've had a long day.
I got hit with the itis.
Oh, from the cake and the noms, yeah.
I haven't even finished the cake. Like, I got like 2 bites left of it.
Looks back to you, Scabbard. I'm pretty sure you'll remember later and you'll probably message me and we can take care of it. I'll just message Tom a number that he's gonna cry over probably.
Big y'all.
You got anything?
I got one, but I don't know if it's information that even this beholder would know.
What?
What the hell was the Obscura running from?
Yeah.
You just outright
He
ask
just-
that?
He just told us the Crux was part of this.
Yeah, that's just part of
String
it.
connecting them.
But
yeah.
what's the whole web?
Well, that's a question you can ask.
That's my question. It's like, what is?
Cheddar cheese.
What? It's hard to phrase this. I guess, yeah. What is the whole web of strings that was attached to cause the Obscura to fall?
You don't have the coin for the entire web.
I didn't think so.
Even if you bankrupt each of your kingdoms, you will not have enough coin for that. However, I can tell you this, they were not cowards and they were not running.
This group is part of it. I don't know if I have a question to ask.
Are any of them left?
The beholder looks over at you, slides the scale on your direction. Are any of the Obscura left?
Aside from
Any of the previous generation still alive and kicking somewhere?
That will cost you 50 platinum pieces.
Hey.
Done.
Done. Just done. While none of the Obscura remain on the material plane as alive, you may find some of them in the astral plane.
Somebody write that down.
I already doing it.
Good.
He's such a talkative cat.
God, oh, having a key is a problem.
Oh, butt scritches. Like, why did you stop?
Okay. Alrighty.
You got anything, Nikolai?
Yeah, I got 3 questions that I have to change up now because I did get the answer to some of the questions.
Lord Mongo, you're complaining a lot.
Those are meows of rage. So I'm planning to overthrow an entire organization here. Best case scenario, some of them might live because we took over the organization.
I mean, that is possible.
Most likely scenario,
Kill all the leadership and the people below might fall in line.
we rename them. Target practice.
So,
My God, you little fits of rage over there.
so
I have a question.
back to the yes or no questions that you have been gracefully answering without charging. Do you know who may be available in the astral plane?
Perhaps. Looks back to you.
Mongo, I may be able to help find Sunny.
She's in town.
I know. Do you happen to know her exact whereabouts?
Brother, for fuck's sakes. She traveled to this town to find me.
I know, but if we can know exactly where she is.
Yeah, I've already taken care of that part.
I track her.
And I'm trying to tell you that you don't need to.
Alright.
I've already taken care of that. There are already people who are going to find her and tell them, by the way, he's over there. Or they're going to come find me and tell me she's over there.
Alright.
What's your question, Nikolai?
All
While the two brothers bicker back and forth.
right. What is my sister's name?
Do you want to know her status as well?
Yes. I guess status before name, because if she's no longer exists, I don't really. Her name is kind of just history.
Whew, talk about cold shoulder from Nikolai.
Just life.
Oh, she's
My
dead.
sister's dead. She doesn't have a name.
Depends on the value of the price, then.
Could go visit her grave or something.
Well, yeah.
Do you chime in at that, Cayenne?
It's just logic. Sorry.
I'll be sure to remember that the next time I go off on my own and just so happens you don't exist. It was like, oh, that was just a mouse I traveled with. I don't remember their name.
Totally different situation.
Anybody else chime in on this question?
Who is she? Where is she? Do you know? I'm assuming that they probably want to meet at some point. I don't know.
Yes.
35 platinum, my dear cat.
I assume we're good with that.
Yes.
Okay.
Just from the chat, brutal. Unfortunately, your sister is no longer alive, as a guard died trying to defend her.
Damn.
Well, that sucks.
However, for an additional 10 platinum, I can give you a very juicy piece of information regarding that.
Please.
So that's 45 total?
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
She's been reincarnated due to the hand of a very wondrous druid.
Okay. What exactly does that mean? Does she know who she is? Can we help her know who she is? I don't know what reincarnation means.
The guy that's just like, fuck that name. What does this mean?
Don't know exactly what reincarnation means.
Is that
tell you
something I
later.
would know, actually?
Possibly, yeah.
Religion?
Osling would know.
Osling would definitely know, and you would know from Osling what it means
I mean,
from your talks.
I mean, as far as I know, it just means they're like reborn as something or someone else.
22.
That's all I know.
22?
I think, if that's right.
You'll have to travel to the far land to find her. She's aware of who she is and what she was, and she's constantly, apparently, allegedly dealing with that information. And he kind of just smiles a bit more. I've been waiting for this conversation for a while. I've been gathering information on you since you've emerged. It's exciting. Tracking, stalking you. Ah, such delicious prey. Humphrey's like, manners. Says the guy that ruled an entire continent and tortured people.
While looking over at Humphrey.
Beholders, man!
So
Yeah, even Cheddar's going, "Fuck, what?"
she knows who she is, or was. So am I right that when you're reincarnated, you come back as a different form, guys?
Yes, it's correct. Whether it was divine power or, in this case, the influence of a druid.
The beholder looks back in your direction. As the druid burned some of their life to ensure and safeguard her essentially being able to remember who she is, and took her to a place where she could be safe.
Do you know this place? The Farlands, right? What are the Farlands?
Not
Assuming they're not close, considering far is in the name.
Duh.
Where's the
Didn't know if that
Farlands?
was a description
They're
or a
far.
specific name.
But your sister's been reincarnated as a flying squirrel.
Oh my god. That's precious and hilarious and just...
You're like, my family is fucking weird.
The flying squirrel.
And a freebie, since you look like you're shocked.
Confused.
She is a tinkerer as well.
So she's not, like, trapped in the body of an idiot squirrel.
One would say you're trapped in an idiot body of a rodent.
No. I'm different than a
Yes.
regular rodent.
Does he taste different than other rodents?
I wouldn't know.
I bet he has a wonderful crunch to him.
No.
Isn't it weird that Mongo and Scabbard would actually know the answer to that?
I don't think he ever got in our mouths.
I'm sure he did. Because babies put everything and anything in their mouth when teeth are coming in. Just saying.
There's probably a really damn good chance we know.
But also there's a chance that we could have forgotten, because I'm pretty sure no matter what, he's always tasted like grease.
Just like that drink from earlier.
Yeah.
God,
Taste the way that wet dirt smells.
That
Oh,
drink is god awful.
we're not gonna discuss it.
And what is her name?
Let me get that for you real quick. I have to grab something else real quick, and I have to find it real quick. So you got actual names that you've needed. And she got pretty fucking lucky that she was reincarnated.
I do want to know is if you've been sitting on that for a long time, or did you just kind of randomly roll?
Oh no, I've been sitting on it for a while now.
Okay.
You
I
know
just
me.
think we should find out who that druid is and send him a fruit basket or something.
Yeah. You know the name of the druid.
Here you go, dead fruit, because we care about you as a druid. Cayenne is probably
That is
glaring at
probably
you.
like the least thoughtful gift to give a druid. To be honest
Well,
with you.
Depends
I'm
on
just
what
saying,
type
like,
of druid.
like something like that, more druid appropriate version of a fruit basket or some shit.
How about, fresh sprigs that can be used, or seeds, or,
Sprigs of mistletoe.
Sure, give her poison.
Name a portion. Well, depending on the line of work that they're in, it could come in handy. Just saying.
Mistletoe
Also,
is used medicinally.
mistletoe is like one of the most common spell components too, though. So it's probably not the best one.
So Nikolai's sister is located in the Ulysses Pass.
Okay.
You're like, okay.
I hope that you will send me that actual spelling.
Yes, I will be sending you that actual spell. Oh my god, the fucking sugar crash is real.
And what was
Yeah.
her name? We've paid for that.
Yeah, I know.
Cheddar.
you see, Cheddar?
I know that there's some sort of little bug flying around earlier. Maybe you spotted it.
He's
No.
probably fascinated by the dirty fan. God, that thing's dirty.
Yeah,
That's what happens when you leave it on all the time.
I'm surprised we actually haven't cleaned it in a while. I'm disappointed in you.
Sorry.
Take care of it
It's
later.
like always on.
Oh, there it is. Fuck, that took me a while to find. Milla.
Milla?
Yeah, she's a flying squirrel. She's adorable. She's like one of the Japanese flying squirrels. Super fuzzy and adorable.
No. Big yawn.
Okay.
So, are you going to buy my silence? Because I'm sure there's plenty of people to want to know where you're at and the information on you.
Probably should. And he was nice enough to share all this information when he clearly didn't have to.
You didn't really share it. He sold it.
Humphrey speaks up. Beholder, consider this sharing for a beholder.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it's probably a good idea to procure his silence.
Definitely the smartest decision.
Silly cat.
Yes, we will purchase your silence.
150 platinum per person.
600 platinum? Okay.
We can make it back, but damn.
We've got a vault full of shit that we don't even know what it is.
Don't forget Osling in that.
Oh, so 750.
You're like, fuck.
I've got to kill so many people.
Are you? Is that really a complaint?
It's just more work.
She wants to murder
Means I have to be
recreationally, not professionally. There's a fucking difference there,
It means I
man.
have
Come on.
to speak to people to get the jobs and then go out, deal with a person for a split second before I remove their life from their body.
You just become a highway robber. You
Mongo,
just kill people indiscriminately.
did you
good.
know
Still
you're
too much
traveling
work.
with a mass murderer?
I'd rather just go into a hole of hiding and
I'm sorry.
stay
Can
away
you,
from
like
any
what?
and
What
all
was
people.
saying?
I
What was
kind
it
of
say?
figured that we were all on a route to becoming our own mass
Oh.
murderers.
If you want to tie up a loose thread for me, your family would actually procured something. I don't know if they still have it in their presence.
What would that be?
It's a demon in a box.
What?
Oh, actually, yes.
Oh, good. I will be paying, collecting that. Where is it located?
We have it safely. How much is it worth?
The coin will be wired to you. The deal's already been done with your parents.
Yeah, how much is it? Just want to know.
This beholder is just
If you
staring
want
at
to
her.
eat him, feel free.
It might give me indigestion.
Yes, I will give you indigestion. Trust me.
So yes, he just outrighted Humphrey as a mass murderer.
Yeah, we've been kind of murdering our way through most of our problems, so it's like our hands aren't exactly clean either.
Granted, most.
They tried to murder us first.
Most
Most
we're
of them.
dealing with bad people, minus one really unfortunate one.
Oh look, there's the calendar for the campaign world.
Well,
What is the story on that box?
The box itself?
Or
Well,
the demon in the box?
I was dealing with a particular demon that wanted to make a deal with me, and probably proposed to me since I am a wondrous beholder. And I hired the Obscura to go to the Nine Hells and place this demon in a specific box so I can set them on the shelf and mock them whenever I want.
Oh.
interesting.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. That kind of sounds like something we would do ourselves.
Yeah, it does.
God. You know, that's fucked up, but we do it too.
We do it too.
I'm pretty
I'm
sure.
just saying, if we had a chance to let like Smiley live and just put him in like a little
box
jar,
and mock
so
him?
that way we could just go up to him and go,
No.
whatever the fuck we wanted, or like take him out and just smash him with a hammer.
That fucker's not allowed to be resurrected in any sense or shape of any kind of form.
Just keep them in an iron laced jar.
Is the other fucking... It's just that demonic laughter from Mongo over there.
Alrighty. I think he can have the box.
Yeah.
What use is it going to be to us, anyways?
Yeah.
We could leverage it for more information.
True.
The deal has already been
But the
done.
deal
Yeah,
has
sure.
been made.
Sure.
I don't suppose there's a way we can keep the box, though, is there?
It's a specific box for
To
a
keep
specific
it
purpose.
faces.
He has to.
That's fair. That's
Stay
fair.
in.
That's fair. I just figured that box might be useful, but it is
So
what
just
it
tell him
is.
where it's at. He can recover it, or do we have to bring it to him?
He can recover it.
Oh yeah, it's in a vault.
Ah, very good. I will have someone collect it and the coin will be deposited.
How much was it?
Enough.
Certainly hope so. They went to the Nine Hells. I heard that place is not friendly.
No, it is not.
Well, any place that's referred to as a hell area, probably not great.
So some great beings come from the Nine Hells.
Oh, true, true.
That's true. Some.
Who was that again?
Yeah. Who is it that? Who is
I
great
don't
that
think you
comes from
ever
the Nine
shared the
Hells?
information.
The,
that who was born
the
there.
Lady of Blood.
Well, her father is one of the, basically, you said archdemons of the Nine Hells.
He was the father of hell.
And some really good tieflings have come from those regions too.
Yeah, her father was the father.
So basically, the Allfather of Hell.
Yeah, and she was the only daughter, and she fucking killed her brothers that... Yeah.
A being of Avernus.
Let's see. What other questions? Oh, fuck it. I'll pull out the house. Do you know how to open this thing?
And he just laughs. I love that house.
So you do?
Mm-hmm.
How much to give me the information?
150,000 platinum.
No.
You struck that deal with my dad, didn't you?
Of course.
Of course. If I ever meet him, I'm gonna give him a word or two.
I'm sure you can find somebody to resurrect him briefly or do a seance. Spend the coin, have a seance, yell at the parents.
That's something we would fucking do.
Yeah, it's
Diana's-
definitely not out of the question of things to do.
Diane has already spoken to her mother, so.
So, any other things that you guys want to purchase?
Not that I-
Now that you've just saw your bank account get blown up.
Nah, it's fine.
It was a lot of important information. Though, so.
Yeah.
You got anything, Cayenne? Not right now?
I still have nothing.
You still have quite a
I know you had something earlier.
I did, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, just send me a total for it later.
Manga?
Trying to think.
At the moment, I'm probably gonna make my way to the temple after this.
Scabbard, do you have anything else?
Can I speak with you privately, sir?
And suddenly you guys are just standing outside the room.
Well,
I guess so.
Okay, I guess we're done.
I guess so. I'm gonna make my way to the temple. I have some studying to do.
Where the fuck is Nikolai?
you probably heard me ask him if I could speak with him privately.
And you realize, knowing beholders, he's alone with one. And how dangerous they are.
Humphrey, Bud. On a scale of
Mongo.
1 to 10, how fucked is Nikolai right now?
Have you ever seen a mouse try to escape a pack of lions?
Don't think I've had the pleasure, no.
So, what are you gonna ask?
I'm looking. The fence's actual name. That's why I wanted to
Wraith.
speak with him. Wraith, yeah. I can think it. Is Wraith? Do you know Wraith? Moonmouth, known as the fence from.
Anything that you're connected to, I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you know if she's trustable? Is he trustworthy? Can I trust her?
5 gold.
Give it to him. Take it out of my pockets.
To you, she is trustworthy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all you need.
And suddenly you're just back in the room, standing in front of that desk again. And your stomach's just
Like,
kind of a little bit upside down from that teleportation.
Okay.
Your chalky milk is kind of coming up a little bit. It's now chunky chalky.
I just now got a question.
Hmm.
What was the name of the group that left Feisty's collar on her with all that endeavor that we dealt with?
Ah, your cat. That will be 50 platinum.
Better be worth it.
So, the organization that was connected to Feisty. Is there another thread connected to the fall of the Obscura?
Definitely worth it.
They've profited on the crumblings of the Obscura, picking up fragments and pieces and assisting to put the final nail in the coffin of the legacy. So,
Hence why it was probably mentioned why Feisty was a threat to us.
Did you actually get the name? What was-
I didn't
yeah,
get the name yet, no.
I'm grabbing the name real quick
Okay.
because I have a bunch of notes pulled up.
Okay, I didn't hear it, but I was doing math.
You don't know how to spell Feisty?
I before E except after C, so Feisty.
The group is simply known as the Privilege because they're a bunch of goblins.
The privileged.
There's only one I in there.
It is run by a tyrannical
It's just
goblin
S-T-Y,
queen
not S-I-T-Y.
as it gets great pleasure out of watching exotic creatures fight to the death. That might interest you, Cayenne. The more exotic the creature is, the more they actually enjoy watching them fight to the death. They love to experiment and hire alchemists and tinkerers to extract specific qualities from creatures to infuse into other creatures.
So we have an actual name to put on our list now.
Yeah, 2 of them.
The crux and the privileged.
Yeah.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Also, Feisty is not a normal cat.
I assumed as much.
Yeah, she has tentacles and 6 legs.
Well, that
It's called a displacer beast, right?
are her abilities.
Different than a regular displacer beast.
Perhaps her growth spurt is currently stopped, but she is to be probably the size of a dire displacer beast. With the intelligence to back it up.
That's a big cat.
Big. Very, very big.
Definitely explains a lot.
She's already very intelligent.
Well, thank you.
Be on the lookout for further abilities from her.
Hey, was it you? Since you apparently know everything about it. Was it you that helped me fix Ace while we were dealing with that damn mushroom thing?
No.
Do you know who it was that talked to me?
My only summation between that is that it was probably the divine intervention of some god.
The hell does a god want with me? Shit, now I owe some god a favor? Fuck.
Perhaps you should take a lesson from the paladin, get on your knees, and open your mouth.
Suck the holy chalky milk.
Watch your mouth, Mongo. They might be listening.
That was out of character, fucker.
I am going to the temple. If you want to learn more, come with me. You might learn a little bit more.
Last time I went to temple with a brother, I got electrocuted twice.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, well, you two didn't know what you were doing.
I
You
know what I
always
was
assume
doing.
nobody but you knows what they're doing.
Maybe.
Just trust me. If you
Mongo,
go there with me, you'll learn.
if
a
you
little
want to
more.
know what it's like to be on the vengeful end of your family's organization, ask your fucking hat.
Hey, he shared us that story already.
An interesting story.
Perhaps you should share the whole story.
Humphrey. What are you
Your
keeping
hat
from
is
us?
far from innocent.
Alrighty.
I'm sure you're going to ask him once you get back
Oh,
to the
yeah.
room.
Figure now's probably not the time, but yeah.
So, you'll send me something later, I'm sure. You got anything else?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. You, Nikolai?
I've got a lot of useful information, so I don't think I really need much of anything else right now.
Nothing?
Got
To
what
be-
I needed to know.
The beholder looks between each of you. It is great to be back in the presence of the esteemed Obscura. Now get the fuck out. My door's always open to you. And you suddenly just feel that weird sensation in your stomach as you're standing back outside under the stars. And
Oh, I am not gonna get used to that.
I'm gonna find the nearest thing to punch as hard as I can.
Near spot a plant and just puke.
The nearest spot of patent is probably the one she's holding.
it is.
No, the nearest thing that is not the plant. That means she's not gonna punch what's in her hand.
Roll an attack.
Oh, punch. I thought you said throw up.
I thought she
No.
said punt.
Punch the nearest thing to her. That's not gonna mean something she's holding. So that was a 17 to hit.
So you guys are still getting used to the disorientation. She just swings her fist out, and you feel something stop it, and it's you're back in the lower crest, and it's that familiar centaur. She's like, first you tried to kick me, now you try to punch me,
No, teleport.
and where? Okay, teleportation. Interesting.
Yes, leader
Oh.
of the Great Cloak sent us here.
Mongo, you don't have to express yourself that way, bud. I know teleportation could be a little weird.
Really, cheese?
That
Apparently, I
totally
rolled a
me.
1 on my Constitution check for it.
that is a bad place for that, too.
Oh no.
It's right in the coil of cords.
Yeah,
Ew.
you're wrapping those up tonight, bud.
So she looks at you and she's like, the one time I went and spoke to that son of a bitch about information, he thought it'd be funny to leave me on top of a barn.
Really? Really? Just had to go there, huh?
I went there.
We did meet a centaur that asked he'd be coming to the after party at Left's. His name was Troyus.
Sucks at throwing axes. Two left hooves when it comes to throwing axes.
But for the looks of it, you can probably bury an axe pretty well, though.
I've seen him bury an orc with one hand.
He said, "I'm gonna plant a dumbass tree."
That was good.
Who was crazy enough to fight him?
One dumb orc.
Whoa!
Orc's like, I can take him. Planted.
Could you imagine if him and Gunnar got in a fight?
Imagine if they went drinking together
Oh no.
and dragged the rest of the centaur group around.
Oh no. There wouldn't be a town left.
Have I been where we're at now?
No, you're in the lower.
Okay.
It's just all farmlands in this area and like buildings that are
Wait,
ready to spring.
are we at the Outback, or are we just at some like random just?
You're at a junction where she was going back to where she lives and works, and she just happened to be in your path.
Just like, Jewel,
Yeah,
we exist.
essentially.
Hello, we are here.
We
Sudden-
poofed.
Suddenly, poof.
She's just looking at you and she's like,
Where the hell are we?
Looks like
you're in. She looks down at you. Baffled, confused, like,
Nikolai. Is my name.
what did you give me?
I didn't give you anything. That is Nikolai. He's a moon mouse.
She just,
hello.
and you brought an asshole with you.
That's her asshole.
Hey, I'm not like the ones up in the upper part of the city. Okay.
Well, you don't know that.
They all say that.
Well, contrary to popular belief, I didn't grow up all pampered like them. I actually.
It's not important. It's, there's a mouse talking.
Yeah, it's
I've
our
heard
brother.
of. Is he a sentient creature?
No,
Ascended?
no.
I am definitely sentient.
Yes, you're sentient, but you're not like
An
a
ascended,
sentient
no.
feral creature.
No.
He's not an ascended mouse. He's our brother.
We grew up in an orphanage that stumps everybody all the time.
It's not family, I
It
know.
is. It's true. We are from the same orphanage. Our parents were in the same group that traveled with each other. But Osling is my blood sister.
It's obvious that she is actually your blood sister. I would ask about your lineage if, how does a centaur have a cat?
What?
Or a thane? Points a scabbard.
That's fair.
Or shits out a mouse.
So we're in the lower part of the city?
Yeah, it's much nicer down here. It's a little bit cooler because of all the farmlands and the trees and everything.
Oh, okay. Damn it. I wanted to check out that Tinkerer's exchange. All the way back over there? We could have just walked out your door, man.
So, as you meet the new centaur, and you once again try to attack her,
Not intentionally, he was just trying to punch a building or something.
Were you gonna ask her any questions before?
Was basically curious about, like, her tribe and where she came from.
Okay. Yeah, so as you guys get taken to your surroundings a little bit before you're at, and the city from down here seems so much bigger. Like, the goes way up and it's like huge. Especially with the skyport and ships coming and going and splitting the clouds. She looks at you and she's like, my tribe's long gone. I'm one of the few remaining shield maidens of my tribe.
Interesting. I don't really know much about, like, the different tribes of centaurs outside what I've read in books. Where me and my siblings are from, it's just kind of a hodgepodge of, like, all races together. Everyone's equal. There's, like, no upper class, no middle class, no lower class. Everyone is equal in every way. There's not really any trouble with anyone.
As long as it remains that way within your family. Glares in your direction.
What? People really don't like gemstone kobolds, do they?
Apparently not.
You're a bunch of assholes, man.
I'm a nice person.
That's what they all say.
Oh Lord, Nikolai's found a swap meet he wants to visit.
Hell yeah.
So, as you talk to her and she talks a bit more about her tribe, you guys look around a little bit, get your bearings, and realize you have to take a gondola all the way back up to mid. You have a lot of information to digest, and we're going to call it there for the night.
I'm so ready to go to the temple. Okay.
Can do that next time.
See
Alright.
if you get electrocuted or not. Again.
I never was. That was these two.
So, we're going to go ahead and call it there for the night, everybody at home. We hope you have a safe week. Have a good night. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
Lots of stuff was answered tonight. Probably lots more to be figured out.
Like, comment, subscribe, and share with everybody and all that jazz.
Spread us like coronavirus. Wait, what?
Whoa! Wow.
I don't know about that one.
Nah.
That's a little bit too
It's like,
spicy there.
spread it on like peanut butter.
That's a spicy meatball.
Yes, that was spicy. Still in that fucking beholder personality there. Oof. Alright, everybody. You have a wonderful week. Be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Juice. Ice.
Bye bye.